Good morning. Doing an early stream. Day off today. All right. Should have everything all set. Oh, hold on one second. We'll go back to the intro screen and pull something up here. Oh. There we go. Got to go back in this window. All right, now we're all set. Let's there we go. All right, let's take a look at some stuff. Name of the game is optimization, cleaning up loose ends. See, so it said concentration was broken. All right, so we'll try and fix that. Right now, good, I'm not seeing any rubber banding anymore. Sweet. What we need to do is change transmutation. Yeah, see, it's stuck right now. So on the staff, I was starting to type this up. I figured I'd just live stream it. So what I could do is say memorize spell equals, and we will have to get this just like that. We got to put another if statement in here, so I'll say if. Now we'll paste our original variable there. So I need to take a look at the tool that you have in your hand, and the tool needs to make a decision based on what it is to cast the right form of the spell. That's what's got to happen here. So I can say if this dot code dot path dot contains apprentice. So we got apprentice, we got magician, and we got archmage. Right, that's going to be transmutation 1, 2, and 3. So this should call the correct thing. What I'll do is I will see what spell you have memorized, and then see if that memorized spell is a form of transmutation, and if it is, I will let the staff make the decision right here before going through. Let's save. So this should clear out all of the issues. So if I cast this now, it should be, instead of the blue transmutation, there we go, it's the green. Archmage staff, there we go, that updated. Again, this should be the purple, there we go. Here we go, blue, so this should be blue. Because I have multiple versions of these staffs, perfect. If I run and just scroll here, it looks like it's not too bad. I think I can optimize this even more. Let's go back into here, right? So right now I have it ticking. Oh, this isn't what I want. This is what I want. I think I can make this like every quarter of a second. It could do the refresh. Because it's not sending packets anymore. There we go. That way it's a little quicker. So if I just scroll as I'm sprinting, I don't see any rubber banding at all, which is awesome. Good. Before it would stutter, like it had that like stop and go rubber banding. Not anymore. Sweet. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a test. I'm going to do a test to see. I think I'm still being overzealous with the casting, with the spell casting. Let me make sure the bar still works right. Yep. And I can stop. Perfect. All right. So in here, I gotta scroll way up. All right, where is it? So this is the base cast time. Okay, here we go. On step. I'm pruning out a lot of stuff here. Okay, so it's right in here, right? Is casting spell true? And then I'm getting this whole seconds used. This is what I want to look for. I'm going to try to disable this, and I'm going to try and see if that, like, helps anything. Vexus! I was just thinking of you. I'm off after work today. You are? Maybe we can chat? Maybe we can catch up? Good morning. I'm always optimizing this mod. I'm fixing a lot of stuff. This update, I think it's one of the better updates I've done. Everything feels pretty darn good right now. So anything here? I got this in a lot of places, huh? So all of this zeroizes the casting. And unheld cancel, I could leave that. Okay, I just want to make sure I don't have any more seconds used. I think it's just in that one place. Let's see if this still works. Shoot. So that really does play an important role. All right, let me think about this. How do I want to do this? Because it seems like it's just very intensive. I know your mod is always so beautiful. Ah, thank you. Did you see? You probably did see the Oblivion remaster. I was so excited for that. And then I realized, because I'm like, I remember Oblivion. Like, all my friends and I had, you know, we were young. We were youngins. Remember getting a copy that no adult had paid for. Oh, it was good. It was fun. That was just some fun times. Ah, man. Maybe... See, I have to synchronize this. That's the problem. Where's my I'm trying to find... I got so much stuff. I've been clearing this code out. There we go. I'm like, let me see what the seconds used are. Hold my beer. I've been brainstorming us a new title for like all week to replace our dragon title. Oh. Hey, Major Gaming, thanks for the follow. It's the Magic Man himself. Yeah, the Magic Man himself. I held off because I wanted to wait and see first. It looks good. Like, I took one look at it, I'm like, I'm buying this. Because I watched the announcement, I'm like, they're making an Oblivion remake? Like, I heard, like, rumblings, I'm like, alright, so it's gonna be a couple years, alright, we'll see what it's like. And all of a sudden, it's like, it's gonna be released today, bought it right away. Looks great. Alright, so I need the seconds used. So this right here should print a statement that... Here we go. I'm gonna comment that out. I just have to see if there's any drift between the client and the server. Oh man, that is ugly. There is a little drift. And it seems like right in the beginning, the server sees one thing and the client sees another. This is why you can kind of cast a spell before it's fully done. The client and the server are seeing different things. You know, let me see if I can optimize this anymore. What code could I pull out of here? So if you're sitting on the floor, I want to cancel spell casting. if you are not in a casting state, I want to set it to true. If you are silenced, I stop all spell casting. If you have a global cooldown, I stop all spell casting. This could be removed. I'm not really doing anything. That I kept that in the code because that is something, if I want to make a focus that changes your magic, like the spell or any aspect of magic, like if I make a focus that amplifies attack, right, damage, then I can take those stats using that code of the item in your offhand to apply things to the spell in your main hand. This was the entryway into the polymorphic spell casting that I did have. So I'll comment that out because it doesn't need to read or assign any variables or anything. Are you gonna stream some gaming then? I probably will. It's probably not gonna be all Vintage Story because I'm also doing the Mines of Moria too. I wanna that one I kind of have a love-hate relationship with. Like it's I think it looks great. I like the dwarves. I like some of the stuff like that you see, but then as you're playing, you notice like, okay, so all these houses looked cool, but when you go inside, they have all the same clutter, kind of in the same areas. You know, you can't really mine anywhere. There are defined like clusters of areas that like, you know, basically they made a carvable dirt wall like for every hallway, right? Every play area, like the connection. It feels kind of weak. But I'm having fun with it. It's okay. Want to finish it. I've been playing Oblivion Remake for a few hours now. Shut it down for a break. So nostalgic. I realized when I played, and the funny thing is when this came out, my one buddy had acquired it by means that would not be spoken of in stream, and then of course we all got a copy of the thing, right? So we all brought over our monitors, our PCs and everything to our one friend's house, and we all just set up in his basement and had a big LAN party where we were all playing Oblivion. We ordered a couple pizzas. There was a cornfield a little up the road, so at night it was you know, no, that was for something else. We ended up grabbing a bunch of corn and just having a big corn eating party. No, this one I think was just pizza, soda, and candy. I think I remember like a big bag. I remember this now. I had a big bag. I bought a big bag of Skittles on my desk, right? It was sitting there. And my one friend's like, hey, can I, you know, he's sitting next to me. He's like, can I have a couple? I'm like, sure, you know, I'm going to go to sleep. And I get back, and that bastard ate like all my Skittles, a huge bag of them. I'm like, really, Corey? You gotta do this. This is nostalgia. Love it. And I didn't even complete the full storyline. I was like an expert, like I was an expert thief. I had like the keys to everyone's house. I could just go in and steal anything I wanted. So, name, title, idea. How do you feel about Legionborn or Wormfall? Or Legendborn? Legendborn I like. Wormfall's pretty cool too. I gotta think about that. Legendborn sounds pretty awesome though. That if I had to make a gut decision, it would be Legendborn. Alright, so what else am I doing here? What is this? If there is no spell. Okay, this cancels. Ooh. Really? I have it in here? I probably should put the no spell logic in here. I have it here. Okay, that's a duplicate. We can get rid of that. Sorry. Alright, see you later. So that's a duplicate, right? I mean, it's just, it's a simple bool check, right? It would read like, hey, this is not a no spell thing, right? You know what? I think I had it there just in case for some reason you were in the middle of casting a spell and then like a grimoire's removed somehow, or the block ends up getting broken or anything. Like it stopped your connection, but I guess I guess you know what? I'm gonna keep it in for now. I'm gonna keep it in. Okay, so we start the animation now. This is the run, jumping, move while casting. That stops the spell casting animation, plays the interruption. If this is the spell of duplication and you try to move, it cancels it as well. Those are fine. I have the mana check. And then we have this, where I just look once to see if you are casting a spell, and if you are, to just toggle this. And then, of course, this has to tick, right? Like, I wonder if I could do this. Okay, how about this? I could set this up. Let's cut this out. I'm gonna say if, and this may be overly aggressive. This may actually be worse, but we gotta try it. So I'm gonna mark this particular path dirt. This one right here. And what I'm going to do is, instead of running this on the client and the server, I'm just going to run this on the server first. I'm going to see what it looks like. And then I just need both to like synchronize, right? If not, maybe I could run this just on the client, because this could be the thing that's causing a big drift. This dot... Can I just go into world? No, I gotta do by player, huh? We'll do player.world.side.server is server. So if this is the server, it's going to update and then send a packet. All right. Instead of seconds used, let's go ahead and get this information. There we go. Whoops. There. Because I don't really care about seconds used anymore. I care about this variable being the same. That worked well. Woo! And it wasn't even synced all the way. There's still drift. This is bullshit. Alright, what if I just do client? If this is client, I don't need to mark it dirty. Like, marking dirty on the client doesn't send anything to the server. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do here is have two statements. And I'll make this 1 and make this 2. And this one will be seconds used. Let it run for a little bit. Alright. Now let's take a look here. So 2, that's actually pretty good for a spread. That is pretty darn good right there. And then one came up as 0. So this came up as like, oh, this is all server side. Okay. Server client, so that's still zeroed out. Okay, there we go. Right there. It looks like it just stops at a point. And then it's just the server that's running this statement here. Interesting. Let's kind of scroll up again. So back in the client, so client 2, that was really close. I wonder if that's when I let go. I wonder if that's when I let go. This may be the better solution. Because it seems like It seems like just having things passed off on the client, the server, I guess, doesn't really need to know, because it's keeping track within 1/100th of a decimal point, right? I think that's pretty damn good. Let's see if I can get it to where, because the spread was kind of crazy, you could stop casting at like anywhere from 0.8 to 1 second and still the spell would trigger. So let's see if I could do that now. Fuck! Son of a bitch! Alright, so that didn't do shit. It didn't do anything. Here, I'm gonna change this up a little bit. I'm gonna cut this out, and we'll paste this in here, and then I'm going to cut this out and paste it in here. There we go. And we're gonna put this in here. Perfect. No, what did I just do? Oh, I rebuilt. Oh, man. Lame. Get me back in the game. Oh, I'm missing some stuff here. Here we go. We had a dragon mod for a while, and I've been tweaking our dragons, but I didn't like the title. Yeah, I mean, we got to make sure, because it is a pain to change, because you have to change a lot of things in the project to change that name. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to optimize this the best that I can. There were issues before with people with PCs that weren't behemoths. As you were running, even if you weren't doing anything, you would get rubber banding, and like stuttering and stuff. So I cleared up a lot of that. There were a lot of issues when like if you have something like this, right, where I'm going to a new staff and it's changing the form of transmutation here. There was stuttering, like you would move, and as you were scrolling, like there was an active, like hardcore stutter. I cleared that up. Now what I'm trying to do is, there's a problem with the new channel-based spellcasting where the client and the server are seeing different times. And I'm trying to optimize it to where, because what you could do is you could cast a spell prematurely here, like that. I had 0.6 seconds, but I could let go, and it still shot the projectile because the server is ticking faster than my client is. So right now I'm trying to make them both the same. Dude, look at this. Oh, this is all client. This is all client 1, client 2. Oh, duh. I'm like, they're both the same. Yeah, they would be. I want a server on this one. So I'm just trying to see, like, what if I disable something, maybe I have something in here that is more aggressive than I thought it would be while you are casting. So for that, we come into here. The server and the client, I mean, there's like a little bit of drift. A little bit. I don't think it's that bad, though. And then when I stop, it looks like the server continues. It's weird. I'm trying to just figure all this out. See, as soon as I stop, oh, the server ticks a little longer. Oh, maybe this is an issue where. Ooh, maybe. Okay, hold on. Let me try something. Let me try something a little different, because I also see something else here. I'm redoing a lot of calculations to get your base cast time. That's not good. Let's make base cast time. Let's make this a global float. I have global variable here. I could keep it protected. Right? We could do. I'll keep it private. So private float base cast time. Set and get. There, and I'm gonna do capital B capital C, capital T, right? Base cast time. When this first comes up, let's just initialize it to 0, right? Copy that. And then on held start interact, right? So in here, where is it? There it is. Okay, this is the first time that I am tagging base cast time, so let's copy this, paste that in here, right? Assign it to the global variable. And what I could also do... No, actually, I don't have to do anything else. I do need to copy this. Oops. We will comment this out. I'll paste this in here. Copy, paste. I want to preserve the old code just in case what I did completely effed everything up. I do not put that past myself at all to do. Right? So something like, let me look for all instances of this base cast time. Right, so I could comment that out. I don't need to recalculate it from there. Now here, I'll comment that part out. We will paste this back in, and it will be this dot base cast time. This could be the resource hog that I've been looking for. This is probably it. Yeah, see, I'm also calculating it here as well, and I don't need to do that. And then we'll just use base cast time there. I think that's not it. On interact stop too. Really? Really? What the heck, man? This sucks. Man, past Vice, what were you doing? You weren't thinking. That's number one right there. All right, so let's do a search here. So I want to make sure all versions of this are commented out. Wrong. Okay, so base cast time right here. Let's change that. This base cast time, comment that out. All right, continue. All right, looking good, looking good, looking good. Good, 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 good. All right, so I got rid of all instances of that stuff. I have to shut down the game and restart it, but I think we got it. Oh, that's always difficult. Yeah. Arkiak? I'm terrible with names. I'm terrible. But hey, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. It's a good day. It's a good Friday. Funny thing is, like, I had today off. Still, first thing in the morning, I had to do something for work first thing in the morning. Son of a bitch! It's still, you can still complete it early. Damn it! It's not cool, man. Look at that. It's the same thing. All right, let's look for more optimization, I guess. I suppose. Dang it. Come on, man. All right, what if I bring this back? Maybe, you know what? I'm gonna try and bring this method back here. Maybe if I contain it to here. Right, seconds used is less than base cast time, then mark it true. Because I don't want it to bleed into here. And I think it has been, which is why I had all of this stuff here. But maybe something happens because the server does keep ticking. But I guess it would keep ticking on the other side too. I don't know. I'm just trying it. What? Oh, okay. I must have been right at the cusp there. I mean, it seems like the drift is less severe. So about 0.6. 0.8. So we did something. We did something. Always good things. Working on textures as always. Yeah. That's fun. Kinda, I guess. I mean, as long as you find it fun, right? This is annoying me. I don't want you to preemptively fire off a spell. Oh, man. Okay, you know what? Let's put a print statement in here, too. You know, let's put... Where's the other print statement? Here it is. Let me copy these. No, you know what? We're not copying those. Hold on. I have an idea. It may work. It may not work. But I gotta try it. Cut that out. There is something to be said. So the fact that I am rapidly shooting off print statements, like print statements will sink your battleship. It uses a lot of resources. So I just disabled all of those the spamming chat print statements. Let's see if that doesn't fix anything. You why are you no work? Let me put this in here. Player, what I don't have player in that context. Hold on. Cut. There we go. We'll paste it right in here. I guess technically I don't need this either, so we'll just pop that here. He's gonna explode. Take cover. Oh, so as soon as I stop, this is interesting. As soon as I stopped there, it ticked once. It ticked once in here. I guess technically, right? Called when the player successfully completed using actions. Always called once an interaction is over. That's okay. Is there, can I get, I don't see anything about being able to like handle an exception, right? So on canceled, for instance, I can have a reason canceled, and that reason canceled, I can say like, you released mouse, right? I'm doing it here. Release mouse with the base cast time, and that's telling you that it stopped. So what if I try to take this and move this up to here before it reads any other code? If I detect at that second the base cast time is less than seconds used, don't run anything. So I shouldn't see the print statement now. I don't see it there. Let's make it go a little further. I still don't see it. Still don't see it. Wait. Bastard. I had 0.3 seconds. 0.4 seconds. Same thing. Okay, so this it is it's doing this, huh? What if I think I may have a way to potentially whittle this down. This float is actually quite a few decimal places out. I really just need one decimal place out for the seconds used. You know what I mean? I'm thinking if I restrict some of the math on the decimal, I don't think that's doing much of anything though. I think the problem here is here, let's just close that out. Actually, let's not. Is there some okay, so when the player release the right mouse button, return false to deny the cancellation. We'll keep using the item until on-held interact step returns false. So it will keep until this returns false. So what if I have this set as false? I mean, I just want to see what behavior this does here. So that just like kills it altogether. All right, so now what if I do that, and then what if I set this to, oh, that's just return. Hold on. So this is returning true. But what if this returns false as well? Well, I'm getting sounds at least. So maybe that's not it. Let me undo those. Put that back to true. Now what if this is false? Oh, it's forcing you to do... See, and it goes to completion, and then I shoot the orb out. But at that point... Wow, look at all... It's lagging because of all the print statements. Now, what if I hold it down? See, you can no longer hold on to the spell this way. Okay, so I don't think what I want is in here. I don't think what I want is in here necessarily either. Maybe. How can I intercept this even, right? Like the problem here is that it's running still, right? That last like hiccup here. You know what? Let's see. Let's just see what this prints out. So nothing. So it's only printing out 2, which is seconds used. It can't see this at all. This is bullcrap. This is crap, man. So what's happening here? I release it, and if enough time has elapsed, it looks like I don't even see this coming through. It seems like this is only being called on the server, and I'm seeing the seconds used. And it gave me 2 print statements for this as well. So it gave me... That's weird that it ran this twice. Yeah, because 2 and that's 1, and they're both 2. Ugh. All right, so I guess we can just throw that out. See, I can't really lock this into like server only. Either way, this should not have gone any further. Let's put in another print statement. I'll do 2, and then I'll do like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? Tell me what you think the base cast time is on the server side. Are you seeing it as 0 for some dumb reason? Like, what is this? It's like I'm playing a game of chicken. There we go. It sees it. Oh, get this. It sees it as 4, and technically this went up to 4.03. That's why it's completing. Okay. So why? Why is it doing that? Right? Why is it doing that? So I only have this to try and change the pick range for you. And then it sets the pick range back. You know what? Maybe I can't do that? So I'm getting the client-side pick range here. Wonder if I need this at all. No, it's still coming up with the same stuff. Let's change spells. Here, let's do... Oh shit, it just launches the spell now. That's not what I want. That is not what I want at all. So I did something that screwed something up. Let's start undoing. This is crap, man. This is all crap. You broke it! Alright, couple things here. So, interact step. I'm gonna go back to how it was here. I'm gonna get rid of that. And then this was set to true down there. There we go. So we can hold and cast. See, it still continues ticking up, so it did 8 seconds there. See, and that's the other thing. If you do it too soon, the client and the server have drifted too much, and you don't get the particles because it didn't run the client side of the spell. I think we're gonna have to be okay with that little bit of drift, and it seems like it's not the same each time. All right, it's not the same each time. So it's not like you could know on this spell if I hold it to 0.8, it's gonna fire early and I can get away with a little more spell haste. There's a chance that you let go and it says interrupted and your spell doesn't cast, right? Yeah, see, so it still shot it. I guess technically the longer the spell casting is, the longer the spell takes, the more drift you would probably have between the two. You know, this is a unique thing. This may be something that I'm experiencing now because the client and the server have to agree, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could say, when casting a spell. And there's no good way to really do that. But I feel like I have optimized it a lot more. And this is the same problem the current version of the mod has. I gotta find something here. I gotta find something. This has to be something. I like how this looks. But I think this is good for now. Besides, you know, it's also one of those things where you need to I mean, I think it's better if you're running and you wait till it's like, you know, fully done, right? Because chances are at that second you won't be releasing a fireball if you're like sprinting around. You gotta wait till like you're in view, right? And then bam, right? You shoot it. So I don't know. Best pew pews. Pants are optional, right? For you they are. For me, no. I got a camera on. I'm not gonna go answer the door or something like, Vice is naked. He only has a shirt on. I think Twitch would have a problem with that. So are you going to have mobs? Are you going to have mobs have magical spells as well? They already do. Yes. My sentries shoot magic orbs at you depending on what element they are. So the fire sentries shoot fireballs at you. I second pantsless Vice. If it helps at all, I have shorts on right now. So, so technically there is some leg showing. You just can't see it. But I feel it. Alright, Archmage Staff. I mean, everything else seems to be working pretty well. Sounds like a new trend. Probably happens a lot more. And you know that. So this is something that happened in my previous job. With like school district stuff. There was one school in particular where, you know, COVID hit, right, and everything shut down, and schools were jumping to like Zoom calls. You know, like the first big transition. And there was this one lady who apparently took the call, the big meeting while she was in the shower. She came out apparently butt naked with the camera on and was like leaning over. I heard all about it. It was like the talk of the school. It was hilarious. I'm like, ooh. And I heard about it from like some of the other coworkers. They're like, yeah, it's the hot teacher that did it. I'm like, you guys are fucking weird. Like, this is what everyone's like talking about right now. I'm like, it sounds like it was pretty embarrassing for this lady. Maybe let's let it die. My fave spell is the fuck that guy over there. Hey, I know these spell icons. You should. They should look pretty familiar. Oh man. Oh, you know what else I gotta check? Let's look at armor, right? So this is what we were working on last night. I optimized. I changed how the layout is now. So this is the evocation specific armor and all the stats that it gives. I should have some kind of description up there for this armor. But the localization looks like it is working. Rusty Jonas. So as I put out more sets of armor, yeah, everything should inherit from the localization keys that I already have. So that's good. I wanted to make sure of that. Man, that is a lot of stuff. I want to, you know, I kind of want to make, necklaces. I want to make wrists as well, bracelets. And I also want to make belts. I also want to make temporary armor for the Conjuration class. Or the Conjuration spec, I should say. And I have to find a way for you to get this armor. How do you go from regular arcane trousers, right, Archmage trousers, to the evocation one specifically? Because I don't really have like anything that's like spell school specific. Not anymore. I used to have the talismans, but not anymore. Oh gods, he just turning the game into WoW. You know you love it. Where's my judgment set? let me get right on that. Do crystals or gems hold magic properties? They hold magic properties in the way of their name, their registry name. So like the fire crystals, the fact that it has fire in a certain place in the element subtype, that's what I call, you know, with different checks. Like something like this, right? To have it be like, you know, you do a ritual. Actually, I could probably perform that ritual. All right, so I guess we could just use the large crystal. Oh, I got to make sure I fixed Magician's Brick too. We got some stuff to do. Right, where are my candles? Here's the magic chalk. Where are my candles? There they are. All right. Oh, and I need the new sigil here. Here we go. I don't want to get rid of the nebula staff. I think that's the main staff that I want to use. There we go. Okay, so we can put this down. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, it's not happy with that. Crystal, crystal. Crystal, crystal. There we go. So this is the setup to for the new ritual that I'm adding. Oh, I gotta add a follow-up to that. Okay, hold on. Because I want to tell you that the ritual is complete. I forgot to put that part of the code in. I got this. Hold my beer. Where the hell is the hell is this thing? There we go, sigil. This is what I want. So ritual creation. Ooh, I may have to subdivide this out a little bit. Because I need each one for like specific magic tiers, right? So this is beyond your comprehension. Oh, you know what? Actually, all of this, we can get rid of that. This is all old code I forgot to prune out. Excellent. All right, highlight system. Insert Joker. Where's my car, Bruce? Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm like, what? Where's Smy? What's Smy? Dungeons like WoW. I had asked. I asked if I should be pursuing like alternate worlds. I want to make a Nether kind of world. Unfortunately, the dimensions that we currently have are not dimensions that could handle that kind of stuff. So we gotta wait a little longer on that. All right, so we got all these game errors here. Okay, so this is what I want to add to. All right, we got the Ritual of World Essence here. Ritual of Runic Power. There we go. So in this section, we're going to copy the Ritual of Grace. And we're going to paste this in. So instead of Ritual of Grace... what did I call this thing? It's run on here. Big name. Block types, sigils. There we go. So spell Ritual of Elemental Infusion. I am not going to type that all out. Paste, right? So if it equals that... So currently placed fuel. This one's going to be a little different because this is one of the few rituals that doesn't take any kind of mana torches. Okay, so now it's correct here. So if I do this, ritual incomplete ritual, one block is missing or wrong. So now, yep. So it's saying missing fuel sources. Instead of that, I could simplify this. So I want this. Copy that. There we go. And I want to paste it right down here. And we got to change this a little bit, right? So I can say throw in oh god, I want to say like correct grimoire, but it can't be correct, right? It's got to be something grimoire. I can't say required. It's the grimoire that not every grimoire can be converted into an elemental type. Throw in something grimoire and cast transmutation. Any grimoire? Oh, did I think I called this something specific. Here, let's pull out Rust Orb. Can be converted in the Ritual of Elemental Infusion. That's all. So I don't have like a keyword name. You know what? I think people. I'm gonna rely on people to read between the lines a little bit with this one. Add Cobalt Spice. No steel candles. They're my candles. Throw in a grimoire with elemental that has elemental variants. Throw in a grimoire that has elemental variants and cast transmutation. I don't technically need the whole reagents kind of thing, because I'm telling you to throw in a grimoire, right? Throw in a grimoire that has elemental variants and cast transmutation. Okay, so I think that's perfectly fine. So if I get Rust Orb 3, right, because the large crystals will be 3, and I cast, oh, there we go, cast transmutation. Boom. So I just turned Rust Orb 3 into Fireball 3, right? So that's what this does. Is it converts the like the generic spell directly into an elemental spell. Hey. All right, that's looking good. It's looking good. So yeah, all that just to show you, yeah, they kind of do have elemental properties. Bam. You know what? Let's put this right in our library. Beautiful. I love the changes I made with these grimoires. Love them. Oh, more ways to get grimoires? Yep, it's a way to get grimoires. So, what I did is I pruned out all of the elemental versions of spells when you're researching them with the Spellforge. Some people were unlucky, right? They would get like resist nature one time, then they'd get resist fire, then resist lightning, right? All the resist spells and stuff, like it seems like when it rains it pours with people's RNG. So I took out all those variants, right? Because that's just adding to the bloat anyways. And I have just all the baseline spells. So you may get like a resist elements, right? Or you may get Rust Orb, but you'll never find Fireball. You have to make Fireball using your crystals. And what I did, I'll show you the spreadsheet here. There we go. So these are all the spells that are, and then they're all separated out by the essence type and the spell score. So what I'm doing is I'm setting this up in a way to where instead of like the old way, right, where it's like, well, tier 3, right? This was basically you had a 1 out of 24 chance to get the spell that you want, right? If you wanted Swiftness 3, you basically rolled a dice that was 1 out of 24, which sucks quite a bit. You know, but, you know, the big blotch here, like, you know, you instead of the 1 out of 24 chance of you getting the spell you want, you had like an 8 out of 24 chance to get a crappy, or a 9 out of 24 chance to get a resist spell, right, that you don't want. You know, so the way things were weighted, it's you felt this a lot more, right, than you felt getting anything else. Because as it sits right now, the boss monsters are not in, so the resist spells, they are nice to have if you're fighting my elementals, or if you are in a mod or in a server that has patches that converts creatures to have to attack with my elemental damage modifiers. So like with stuff like that, these would become better. But you'll really want these when I come in with the boss magic, or the boss monsters to kill. They are, like, if you fight, like, the fire, you know, like, elemental boss, you want resist fire, because it's going to do massive fire damage. And mitigating that damage by, like, 50 to 60% is what the fight's gonna be tailored towards. So you may go in there thinking you're hot stuff, but you'll find out you're cold diarrhea in a Dixie cup really fast when that thing just levels you. And then all of a sudden people are gonna be like, I need, where are all the resist spells? I have 3 resist arcane. Yeah. So that's the new way of doing it. Now, as it sits right now, I did prune these out, but it doesn't, I don't have a way in the Spellforge for you to find a specific spell school yet. I'm not sure what I want to do with that. I'm not sure if that should be... Here, let's go into, like, the ciphers, right? So how I have, like, the blank things here, the light, you know, the tier 1, 2, and 3 of the light, I may take this a step further and say, okay, you get that. Now you can inscribe and make this like an evocation one, right? You know, so I can specifically say light, tier 1 light evocation spell, or alteration, right? Light alteration. So you would have, for light alteration tier 1, a 1 out of 4 chance to probably get the spell that you want. Right? So RNG's not gonna feel, it's still gonna be RNG, but it's not gonna feel as bad, right? Because as long as you know what spell, what the school and essence type of the spell is that you want to go for, you know, you could narrow it down pretty well, right? So if you are tier 1 mage and you're like, I wanna be full alteration, I wanna get the heal spell. Heal is light, right? So you have a 1 out of 4 chance to get flash heal as you're researching, instead of the old 1 out of 10 chance, right? So I'm just limiting stuff down. And actually, this is the old way. This was back when the spells were 160, I believe. All of this has greatly expanded. So it's not like 1 out of 10 anymore. It's like 1 out of 30. So, yeah. Should I do that? Should I make it to where you could use like the light spell cipher to just get like any kind of spell, but maybe you could take, you know, one of these and then take some like magic chalk. Oh wait, did I fix Magician's Brick? Kind of. Cast time is all sorts of effed up on it. Yay. Surely I can tank that with my massive 17 HP. No, you won't be able to. Because each hit, like if let's put it this way, if it does fire damage, and I have it to where it does like 8 points of fire damage for like its blast as one of its abilities, yeah, you're 17 HP, 2 to 3 hits, right, depending on your resists. Yeah, you're going down. And that thing's gonna have hundreds of health. So you're not gonna be able to go in and like, pew pew, done. It's gonna be a boss, and it's going to teleport you into a boss arena. And the boss is going to have, think of like the Wither in Minecraft. That's what I'm gonna go for, right? Couple phases to the boss. Maybe it'll have like an immune phase. It'll have phases where there'll be like AoE damage, and you may have to like line of sight, you know, the boss to like not take AoE damage, things like that. Maybe some destruction and explosions. Yeah. That would be great, as long as it isn't too expensive to convert. What do you mean to convert? Oh, you mean probably here, let's go up here, my safety ledge. Let's make it daytime again. I'm freezing. So I could do something like this, right? Like maybe you put your spell cipher in the middle, and then there are 4 schools. So basically, if you use chalk from the top, it would convert it. Like I could put the symbol on the spell cipher there, the evocation symbol, and then now it's gonna be a light spell cipher of evocation, right? Or, you know, conjuration, right? Light spell cipher of conjuration, and that way it limits just to this branch here, right? Because I guess technically, yeah, it would be 3, 6, 11. Yeah, then well, technically that's not 17, 11, 12. So it would be, you have a 1 out of 14 chance to get flash heal. By having this extra step, it allows you to, you know, bring that down to a, you know, 1 out of like 4 chance. Could do something like 4x of X crystal for each type of magic. So day 4, medium lightning crystals plus tier 2 light cipher get you, say, evocation light ciphers. Well, I don't want to mix tiers, right? Because like each tier, right? So this particular one, this is the tier 1. I mean, I could see, the problem is like I don't want to assign an element. I don't want to assign a particular element to a spell school, because those are 2 different things. Because my first thought was like, hey, I could use some crystals, but I kind of can't. It's got to be, I could use maybe an Arcanus, right? Because that's a little more random. And you know, Arcanus may not be a bad thing, because it's not super, it's not super hard to get, but it's like an extra cost, right? Like it doesn't even have to be like magic chalk. It could just be like Arcanus, or it could be a runic scroll. Right, so maybe, and that could be like the payment, right? So you could do GM2, GM1. So, I mean, it could be something as simple as this, right? On the top, that's evocation, alteration, you know, incantation, conjuration. Yeah, because that, I feel like that's... I don't think that would be too bad. Because you are going out of your way. You need to pay a cost to limit your search more. And when you wipe the slate clean with this, I can set it to where it just puts it back to, like, let's say you do convert this, right? You use this and it's like, oh, the conjuration. And then I get the conjuration cipher. And then I put the cipher in the spell forge. And I get the spell I don't want. I can change that wipeout mechanic to just give you a light spell cipher again. right? Like I could just reset that instead of giving you. I think it gives you a runic scroll right now, right? Let's do a test. I haven't played with it in a little while, so I don't remember. Here we go. We'll pull out Fireball. Get rid of some of this stuff, right? So I can reset this. Yeah, so it gives you... Okay, so it gives you... That's right, because it's a runic scroll, and then you put that back in. I don't know. I feel like runic scrolls would be too expensive, but is it too expensive if I give you... Like, what part makes it expensive? Oh, and also... Okay, so this is the other part of this. You are playing on a version of my mod that has everything at a much higher value cost. Right? Everything's at a much higher cost. If I... Here, let's back up. Let's look at... I lowered the amount of resources needed for things. Remember how expensive the staff used to be? It's basically, you know, making a wand now. Same thing with spell scrolls. Spell scrolls, I think they saw... Did they see the downgrade? Someone confirm that? I'm not sure if I thought I set these both to I have a feeling this is cheaper. I don't know why I have enchanted stone in this. Oh, I do, the middle. That's right, the middle. But you know, like there should be a cost to... And it's not more essence, right? Like it's not a higher essence cost. But it should be a higher cost to make your chances better getting the spell that you want. Because if I make it to where there isn't much of a cost, then who's ever going to use the regular light spell cipher? I might as well take that right out and redo it. You know? But if you take a cipher, you add the runic, but does that make sense, adding a runic scroll just to put a symbol on it? I don't think it makes sense from that standpoint. Let's keep looking at things here. What else could I do? You could have a candle, maybe. A candle's an option. Magician's Brick's still not fixed. I want to keep that on my hotbar. So this is the stuff. I guess you could use a resonator in this, maybe. I don't think anything else is really worth it. Maybe a primordial fragment. I guess that could be it. A rusty gear is also an option. Man, there's not enough room. Help. All right, where's a thaumic workbench? Where did that go into ciphers? Okay, here we go. So what kind of things? Also unrelated to this topic, how does spell power work? For example, the attunement cores give 100% spell power. Unsure what it does. Like light spell power doesn't seem to affect flash heals healing. Is it just purely extra healing? No, so light, neutral, and dark essence, they have elements that are separated out into them, right? So if you're on light, and you're looking at spell power in the form of like attack, then Fireball's going to do more damage. Thunderbolt's going to do more damage. The nature spell's going to do more damage. And the old system, it was only damage or buff duration. In this version of the mod here, I rewrote that whole system so the attributes affect mana cost, cast time, damage, the buff duration, buff stats. It affects all major attributes for a spell. But I didn't like the old attunement system because I was trying to make you special, but you were still a jack of all trades, right? If I attune to light, I have plenty of elements, right, that I'm really good at for attack spells. I have plenty of buffs that I can put on that give, you know, lasting potency. You know, I have plenty of spells to where I'm still very well-rounded. Even with the other negative effects, like, still, I could put on all the buffs, all the major buffs that are better, right? So, and the healing spell didn't even benefit from it, because I also had life tap in there, and you could get, like, infinite mana at one point by using life tap to consume your health, and then healing yourself at a reduced rate. So you would just life tap a couple times, cast heal on yourself, and end up with a net gain of mana. So I had to get rid of that whole the whole scaling with that. But the new version of heal, it heals a lot. It heals a lot more too. Like the other heal was pretty pathetically low. This one, it does like 3, 6, and 9 heal for tiers 1, 2, and 3. That also get magnified if you are in alteration, if you have like alteration armor on. Regeneration also lasts longer too. Regeneration, it not only increases the amount that it heals you for, it also increases the duration of the spell. So you could turn a 4-second regeneration tick into lasting 8 seconds, or the 8-second one into 16 seconds, and it just keeps healing in that area. So, all right, so how are we making this here? I think an Eldrathrium Resonator is cheap. 250 durability, and it takes 1 point to do the conversion. I don't think that's a winner at all. Same thing with the Magic Chalk. That's even cheaper, right? 200 durability, you throw Magic Chalk in. That feels cheap as well. I don't like it. The Mage Candle is... I mean, it's cheap, but it's not. It is and it isn't, right? Like, Lump of Fat's not exactly hard to come by, right? 2 rustic compounds like this, I don't think, and you get 8 candles per 1 craft. Maybe candles should be in here at some stage, right? I could... Okay, so what if I do this? Symmetry, right? So you can have something like that, and then chalk. Depending on where the chalk goes, it will draw a different pattern, right? So I can have, like, you know, evocation, alteration, and that gives me 2 more spaces in case I want to come out with, you know, I'm gonna create a new spell line called Divination, right? And that does this whole new school of magic. Like, I would have a couple reserve slots for other kinds of magic. We are now having Abjuration, right? What do you think of this? Couple magic candles that are, you know, you get 8 per batch. Couple magic candles, a hit of your chalk. Or, here we go. Man. How could you, Vice? That's too expensive. Yum yum. Get those out of there, you monster! Alright. Maybe not the double scroll. I gotta go. I'll see you after work. Alright, you have a great day. Yeah, it's almost lunchtime. What am I gonna have? There's this really nice farm that's like 10 minutes away. I could get a sub from there. I could get a bowl burger. Maybe I'll get like a fancy local soda too. Maybe. You know, I kind of want their bowl burger and French fries. A nice side of French fries. Double patty. All right, so I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make this. So what we need to do first is I gotta think this through. We need to look at the Spellforge first, and I gotta see what I can get away with. So here's the Spellforge. Alright, on Infusion Tick. So I'm looking for Spell Cipher Empty Dash Tier. Okay, that's the only point here. Okay. What about the input slot? Okay, let's look at this. It's the same kind of thing. Okay, good. I'm doing it contains. So what that means is we're gonna have to shut down the game because let's take a screenshot of this. There we go. Just so we have it saved over on the other monitor. We're gonna save and quit. And I gotta find this thing now. Is it under spells? There we go. Spell Cipher Empty. Okay, so I have light, neutral, dark. I mean, am I able to... I'm gonna try this. Like, am I able to just put in, like, another thing? School? And this will be evocation, alteration, incantation. This would be none. And then this would be conjuration. So I would be coming out with a tier 1, 2, and 3 version of this, a light, neutral, dark version of this, and then an evocation, alteration, incantation, conjuration version of this. All of it would be the base spell cipher. I could put in here, right? Why am I separating this out as much as I am? We may end up redesigning this. With the attunement changes you mentioned, does that mean the attunement will affect healing now? So they get extra heals from being attuned to the same type? Well, the attunement system as you know it is going to be disabled in the next update because I want to radically change that. I think for the attunement, I'm going to want you to attune maybe to a specific element in conjunction with the system I just put in. The one I just put in, your attunement is going to be through the armor that you are wearing, right? So if you have all armor of evocation, right? So, you know, all 3 pieces of evocation, then your evocation spells are going to... If it's a buff like Spike Shield, the duration's going to last twice as long. Any damaging spells will do 50% more damage, and you know what I mean. So you are specializing in. I'm going to be a pure attack mage, or if you want to heal, right, you're going to want to specialize in alteration. All of your buffs will, like swiftness and everything, strengthen. they will be better versions of the buff, last longer, and your heals will actually heal like more as well. And that extra spell haste and mana cost reduction in all those spells makes it to where you are most efficient at that type of magic. That's what I'm gonna be moving towards. Does that mean no more neat visual on your face for the attunement core? Well, no, because you won't be using the attunement core like that, but I'm not getting rid of that. That's gonna be converting into something else. I want that visual look. But yeah, it's gonna be a shift. But I like this one more. I didn't like how, like, no matter what spec you chose, it didn't matter. Like in the current thing, light, neutral, dark, it really doesn't matter. First of all, you could just swap cores pretty easily. Secondly, you could still attack. Like, you weren't really losing anything. Like, there was no real choice. It's like, well, do I like light, neutral, or dark? Like, what color do I want my projectiles to be? Right? That's basically what you were signing up for. You were still a super powerhouse. But, you know, I can't say for sure. If anyone has like a good idea about incorporating the old Essence core stuff into the new stuff, I would be all for it. I'm not sure how something like that would play out though, because the old system was very incomplete as well. So it's, I mean, at the same time, it's kind of like the same thing I just made, except a crappier version of it. Yeah, kind of what it comes down to. I'm just gonna hop in the game. Yeah, I'm just gonna hop in. There's gonna be a bunch of errors with the textures. I just want to make sure this thing still kind of works. There's gonna be some tweaking that needs to be done. I'm gonna have to expand the search parameters of this spell research. That's gonna be the biggest thing. But I just want to make sure like these new ciphers could even go in, because they may not. And I am also going to look for this expression, find all. Son of a bitch. You son of a bee. That's not what I want to do. Damn it. I have a print statement in here. Somewhere in here. Alright, so that's in the guide. So all of that stuff is commented out. You know, I probably should just look for anything that is the logger. So let me do that instead. Whoops. Damn it. There we go. RMR references dot logger. Give me all instances of my logger. I really should have done this before. Oh, reference? I didn't say references. Dang it. References. There we go. Find all. Alright, so let's just see here. Looking good. Station Spellforge. Okay. Oh, okay. Nope, it is commented out. You're tricking me like that. How dare you? And this test, that's fine. Okay, everything in the renderers. That's fine. Still looking good. Nope. Wonder if I should change the search to have it be a space in front of it. Because then that would automatically prune out everything. Yeah, that would prune out everything that has the double slashes. Let me do this again. If I could do that, find all. All right. Why do I get the feeling that I did not help myself at all? Like, at all. Look at all this mod references. Oh, it's just pulling up everything for mod references now. Really? Oh, mod references.logger. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. Find all. Okay, this is a smaller list. All right, so we got that. There it is. Wait, nope, that says tick, and that whole method is not being used. I'm looking for something that has a bunch of minuses. You know what? I will look for this later. Because it could be anything here. You know what it could be? It could be uninitialized with the Thaumic Workbench. But yeah, could you make attunement cores into something separate so you can specialize into different stats? Like one gives you extra cast speed, the other gives you extra damage or duration? Well, I wanted to make belts, necklaces, and bracelets that do that stuff with the new system. What you see here with the basic armor is just the beginning. When you're killing monsters and stuff, like my elementals, I want like low drop rates of like, you know, hey, you got a bracelet that gave you, you know, it's giving you 5% spell haste, or you know, mana cost reduction here, or this increases your damage output, or and then you can pick and choose based on how you want to be, you know, how you want your magic to be, because damage is something that, you know, evocation mages will really benefit from. But, you know, something like spell haste is something everyone benefits from, but duration doesn't really, you know, evocation doesn't really use duration. Alteration spells do, right? So it's, you know, stats, conjuration would be great for the stats, because the stat is what actually is your time to live for the items you create. But oh, lunch break over. Good luck with coding. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. All right, spell scroll. Where are my empty spell scrolls at? This is not what I wanted. There we go. Oh, wait. Ciphers. Here we go. There we go. So this is one of the new ones. Where's my spell forge? All right, let's put this down. Oh, I had one right here. Let's put a couple light sources down here. Here we go. Make the area shine a little bit. There we go. So does it accept it? It does. Good. That's the biggest thing. And it sees it up there too. Oh, freaking sweet. You know what this means? This means that this is going to be easy to do. That's exactly what this means. All right, so let's fix this up first. I don't think I need a light, neutral, and dark version of this. I just need a tier 1 version. And everywhere it says light, I'm going to put in type. Right? Type. I already had something for icon. So instead of default, okay, let's go into... I can reuse a texture here. I don't need to make new textures at all. Items, grimoire, symbols. Here we go. School spell symbol. So I can say items slash grimoire slash school symbol dash, and then we can put in school, which means all of those go away because this should service everything there. Same thing for this, so I can do copy paste paste, right? So this would be tier 2 and tier 3. This would be a 2 and this would be a 3. And that should be everything. All right, let's reload. What am I gonna have for lunch? What are we gonna have for lunch? I don't get these these people that are trying to like spam in chat. It's like, does this work? Is this really the best use of time? I don't get it. All right. Mighty 5. Okay, so it did almost everything. It did not have the... Oh, because I have the no... Okay, I'm gonna fix this a very cheap way. It's gonna cost one more texture, but you know what? It'll be fine. I'm gonna put none in here as one of them. And literally, we're gonna open it up. And I'm just gonna delete it out and blank it out. There we go. Now it should work. It's the same thing as like the default texture. All right, let's hop in. So this should be a majority, like half the work is done right now. The other half may not even take that long. I just need to change the research list based on what you have in here. So if it says evocation, it needs to do this, right? There it is. So that looks perfectly fine. Let's go into ciphers. There we go. See, now we got the symbol on it. So that's the evocation, the tier 2 and the tier 3 evocation. Yeah, so all the evocation. Now we're into alteration. That is, I really like this idea. Conjuration, love it. Beautiful. All right, so now that we have that, this needs to be able to when we power it on. Here, let's get some magic chalk here. Here we go. Let's make sure that it triggers. Okay, so it looks like it's turning on, gathering energy. And while it's gathering energy, I don't need to be in here anymore. This should be 100% done. We need to be in here. Here, minimize this, this, and this. Okay, so the consume runes, I don't care about that. That's the checking of the runes. Here we go. Run attempt to discover spell. And it's right in here. So I'm being looked at. This is where the magic happens. Tier 1, 2, and 3, light, neutral, dark. I could... Oh, okay, this is what I could do. Copy, paste, right? Copy, paste. And then, instead of essence type, this could be, school. School in. Change it here, here, and here. And we are going to be looking for evocation. There we go. And this is going to be spell school dot evocation. Oh, come on. There we go. Right, so I will put that in. So if it's evocation, it's that. Spell school dot none, right, for the default. And then evocation, this would be. Here, I'm just gonna copy, paste, paste, paste. So this will be alteration. This will be incantation. And this will be conjuration. Right. There we go. And now I can go into here and we can put in school in, right? Which means in here, I'm going to have to accept that string in this method. We'll do school in here. So that is the tier. Oh, shit. We have school in already? Wait a minute. I think I forgot to rename this to essence type. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back in here. There we go. We'll do that. So now it'll pop red for all this stuff. So calculate new spell. This would be essence type. I think that's the only place that it should be messing up. There we go. Essence type in, right? So now I can make this legit school in. We can go back down. Oh man, where was it? Okay, calculate new spell. Now we can pump the school in here, which means calculate new spell needs to now change. This is the big change here, right? So fill temporary dictionary with all tier specific spells. And then I start to whittle the spells down. So I get a random based on that count. So really it's in here. I need to expand it in here. So I could still do everything by tier. We can calculate school. Ooh. This should be essence type, not school. So essence type in. There we go. Essence type to essence type. Okay, so that's right. So the old stuff was school. We'll do string school in. Now this is better, but this needs to change. This should be essence type. The essence type. And we're going to put another if statement in. So I'm going to say if this particular spell school equals school, then add it to the temporary dictionary list, just like that. So with that done, this whole thing should be working. Now I'm gonna have to shut down because I just modified methods, like what methods take in, which is a big no-no. So we're gonna rebuild. And where did I mess up here? Oh, school little I. There we go. Beautiful. All right, let's go in. Let's do this thing. Light this candle. Perfection. After this, I need to put in, I think, only the recipe to get this new thing, and the recipe to get the evocation specific armor, and then I can play test. The update, I think, would be done. So I'm gonna do a couple tests here, right? The first test is going to be with none, right? I want to make sure that I get like a completely random spell. We may actually run this twice to make sure it is random. So let's pull out some stuff here. So there's another spell cipher. And while we wait, right? While we wait for the stuff, I can do some localization. So spell cipher empty dash, right? So let's go into here. Spell cipher empty. Ah, man. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Because it's gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna do it the cheap way. That's how I'm gonna do this. So it's gonna be like this, right? And then in here it's gonna be dash none, right? This will be dash evocation. This will be of evocation. Light spell cipher of evocation. Do I really need the empty? I don't think I need the empty in there at all. It should just be light spell cipher of evocation. Unless, let me look at these. Okay, so let's do this here. Let's meditate. So this should give me a completely random spell, a tier 1 random spell. All right, meditating. I forgot what I have it set to. Okay, your body withers. That sucks. My mind! So spell cipher resists frost. Okay, so I could just have it be a spell cipher. Yeah, we could just do that. We don't need all this empty stuff. Ooh, you know what this means? What if I do this? Let's be clever. Be as clever as we can be. Right? And we'll get rid of all this empty stuff. All this empty talk. There we go. We'll save that. Fireball that in. We should be just about ready. Let me just hop into meditation. There we go. Look at that. The internal, the old clock is working. There is a sense of nothingness as you peer beyond the veil, so something didn't work. We'll have to look at that. Let's fix the localization issue first, though. So if I go into here, it should be under item, spell cipher empty. Let's pull up item wearable. Copy this whole method right here. Freaking, I need a new keyboard. It's rough. And let's go back to here. Okay. This should pre-pin it perfectly. I don't need this part of it. Alright, we're gonna save and quit. Alright, let's hop back in. Guess I don't need that open anymore. Let me in. Right meow. Oh. There we go. Let's get my temporal stability back. Where? There it is. I'm gonna bring one of these down here. Put it right there. Perfect. So glad I made these debug blocks. And it looks like it's working fine. Let's look at the ciphers, localization. Dark spell cipher, a cipher of evocation, alteration. These are the blank ones. Conjuration and incantation. Yep. So localization done. Prismatic spell cipher of conjuration. All right. So it failed before. Let's look at this part again. Right. Run discovered spell. You know what I think it is? This needs to be a little more robust. I need to do an or statement here. So I need this to say if this school equals this school in. All right, so I need to cut this out. We need one more if statement. a nested if statement. Get rid of that. And I'll copy that. Okay, so now what I could say is if school in equals spell school none dot toString. So if it equals the default none, right? Like it could be anything, then just go ahead and add it to the dictionary. If it doesn't equal none, it means it's special. So then we got to do the else if, because we don't want to put a duplicate in there. And then I will look to see, does the spell school equal the specific school you are looking for? This would be none, right? Because I don't have any spells registered for the none spell school. This should fix it. This should work. Here we go. Let's sit down, stare into the abyss. I would love to have like an eye that stares at you back, or an eye that slowly opens as you're meditating. Your mind shatters. We'll let it go through. We gotta trigger a positive hit here. This is bullshit. Come on. I should probably go in and edit the amount of time that it takes for this to pop up. Probably should do that so it instantly comes up. Because I have to do this a couple of times, but then I'm gonna have to remember to prune all that stuff back out. Ooh. Ah! The hell you do? Oh, because it created a portal. That's right. Broken. Oh, okay, it's ready. There we go. Okay, looks like I got True North, which is a light, and so what is it? A light incantation spell we just got. Let's get that going. So I would expect to see not another light incantation spell. Now it could happen. I may have to do this a third time because it's true RNG. Good. Delicious, life-giving water. Come on, baby. And then after this, we will target, we'll try and get Flash Heal. Oh, you know what? Not Flash Heal. We'll do one of the, something with a pretty decent drop rate. You know what? We'll do Flash Heal, whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh, you know what? No, because that's a light spell anyways, and I'm using light ciphers. I would want to try one of the neutral ones. Go. Yeah, let's sit down, meditate. Your body withers. You know what? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this rift. Totally forgot I could just blast this out. Shit, where is it? Equipment? There it is. Rift stabilizer. Oh, there we go. Whoop, damn it. There we go. Boom. Gone. Hey, I got 2 rift charges there. Nice. Oh, you know what I should do? I should redo the texture for this as well, or the shader. That way it's transparent kind of in the center, so it's not a big flashbang. All right. So let's get something different than light incantation. It would be great if it'd be different on both fronts, but still be a tier 1 spell. Hey, we got growth. So it's a light, well, it's always going to be a light spell, right? Because I'm using a light cipher, but yeah, we just got, it's another incantation. Let's do it a 3rd time. Here we go. Pop another light cipher in there. There we go. Little tiny thing here. So small. All right. Let's go into the Spellforge. Block Entity Spellforge. So attempt to discover spell is right in here. Okay, so that's the timer. Here we go. Is ready. This right here. It equals true. Haha. There we go. Really got to remember to pull that out. That's what she said. Boop. Damn it. Here, let's get rid of the rift I just spawned. There we go. And get my temporal stability back. So I guess that didn't do what I thought it did. Oh, this is all I'm being looked at. No, I wanted, oh, this is in the block. I need the block entity. Here we go. One of these things, it actually starts checking to see if it is ready to do anything. Okay, here we go. Powering up total, powering up max. And this is the timer, so if I just say equals 999 F. Okay, let's do this again. I should have a light spell. I want something other than incantation. True North again? Is RNG effing with me right now? Alright, put the chalk down. There we go. Instant. That's what I'm talking about. Stare into the abyss. Rapid shot. Perfect. Alteration. So I am pulling from the big pool of spells. Perfect. That's all. That's what I wanted there. Let's get rid of this, this, and this. Okay, now let's do the specific things. Let's do neutral. Neutral conjuration. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Neutral conjuration. Put that in. Instantly pops up. That is definitely neutral, so it's detecting everything correctly there. So pretty. Nope, mine shattered. F you. Oh, look at that. That's where all this stuff is here. I may not be able to reach that one beyond the ground. Yeah, I couldn't reach that one. Here, we'll get rid of this one too. Burp. All right, now let's rediscover. So I should get a neutral conjuration spell. I think it's going to be one of 3 spells. Come on, your body withers. Come on, man. I keep failing the test, coach. I keep failing it. Oh, man. There we go. Summon object knife. Yup. So it did conjuration neutral spell. Just to make sure lightning strikes twice, so I can feel better about this, that I'm not going to release it and people are going to be like, this isn't working. Vice, you messed up. We'll do this again. It should be another conjuration type spell. Yep, conjuration type spell. Yep, I got another summon knife. You know what? I'm gonna do this one more time, or 2 more times. I want to make sure I get something other than summon knife. Just because I won't be able to sleep well if I don't. If I don't do this. F you. Come on. Something other than summon knife. I'm blind. Oh, lordy, lordy. There we go. I like these systems. These are pretty cool systems. Damn it. True RNG. I better not go to a casino right now. What do we have here? Summon knife again? Oh my god. If I don't stand up, I should go right back into... Oh no, because I kicked myself out of meditation. That's right. So you couldn't chain learn this stuff. Oh. There we go. Summon Knife, is that the only one that I have that's neutral? Let me double check the spreadsheet. Oh, I got one of 2 spells for neutral, either Summon Knife or Summon Axe, because I don't have all the spells done for this yet. So, man, we are literally flipping the coin 50-50, and it's coming up all heads right now. Coming up all heads. I want to see the Summon Axe. We're gonna do it until we see Summon Axe. Gotta be done. Gotta be done. This is so great. How many Bow Torn or too many Bow Torn? All right, where are these damn portals? Can't see shit. It is pretty cool. If you did notice what happened there, when you have rust sickness, you are unable to see any rifts. I think that's pretty cool. Okay. You are rift blind. And that was totally unintentional, too. Son of a bitch! Just work. I don't want to rewrite all this code. Just work. Why you no work? Get back into meditation. Summon object knife. Well, I won't fucking do this anymore. I'm starting to become spicy, Vice. Alright, put the stupid thing in here. Sit down and meditate again. Oh, what do we got going on here? I kind of want pizza. I don't know why. I've been kind of in a pizza mood recently. A portal right in my face, pumping out all that ozone. Love it. Summon knife again? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna call bullshit on this. Something doesn't quite feel right. Something don't feel right. Discover spell. Calculate discovered spell. Let me look to see how big this dictionary is. RMR references.logger. I wonder if you were ever able to get every spell. Dot length, right? Or is it count? Okay, it's count. So if it says 1, it means that I'm never populating the last spell. Dude, get the fuck out of the way, buddy. Oh my god. One of these guys spawned in the ground. Okay, now it's gone. There we go. Alright, now tell me your secrets. Get out of my way, D-bags. Like, seriously. Don't go. Oh, God. Oh, wait. It will only tell me. Can this thing move? Can it go to hell, please? God damn. Ain't nobody got time. These Bowtorn are just, I thought, you know what? I'm not on 1.20.9. Maybe they fixed the spawn rate. I've had some people be like, your mod, it has too many. Ooh, wait a minute. Random spell position. Is this incorrect? Yeah, that doesn't seem right. You're supposed to get resist element 10 times in a row. Well, that's what we're fixing, Juno. That's what we're fixing. Oh, Vice. You fool. Oh, jeez. That's why. So there was always one spell you were unable to get. Whoops. No one else will know. This will be our little secret. You were never able to research every spell. Can all of these Bowtorns just F off, please? Oh, I'm sitting here like, why isn't it working? Oh, I'm not meditating anymore. It's hard being me. You know what, Juno? Maybe I could have it to where you could have the old RNG way. There we go, summon axe! That's all I freaking wanted, man. It's just summon gosh darn axe. There, now the whole scope is available. Jeez. Oh, man. Ooh, this is an interesting thing. The evocation spells are still the worst feeling for tier 1. Hands down the worst. Mainly because, like, these are neutral spells, right? And then I got a light. I don't have a dark spell. There's no dark spell variant. So, technically, this will produce no spell. Just to make sure. Now, I'm not going to change this because this is like future proofing. Like, I will create a spell for this. But this is a little tidbit here. You gotta know, right? This is gonna be part of that knowledge that you're gonna have with mod. Because I'm not gonna tell anyone. Your body withers, yeah, if you ever actually succeed at this. Can this thing go to hell? Let's fucking get out of there. Just get out of there. Come on, you piece of crap. Move. Jeez. Don't you growl at me like I did something wrong. You know what you did. Why do you do the things that you do? Everything you are, I do not like. Yep, there is a sense of nothingness as you peer beyond the veil. Now, it will not consume it will consume your chalk, but it's interesting. an interesting little caveat. Okay. Well, that is in. We need to put in the recipe to be able to create these new spell scrolls. So that also means we're gonna reload because the current recipe should be broken as well. Oh no, it's not the recipe that's broken. I need to change the output from the Thaumic workbench. Spell cipher empty. Dash none. Paste, paste, paste. Paste, paste, paste. Paste, paste, and paste. Right? So let's make sure this works as well. So let's pull out... Yeah, we'll do the admin obelisk. Why not? Bang. Let's put down our Thaumic workbench. Where's my resonator at? There we go. Pop that in. I gotta make something that makes you immune to rust sickness too. Odur, hey, how's it going? Morning, man. It's like noon. It's noon. Where have you been? Hope your day's going well. All right. I love how I doesn't tell you the result because the name is too long now. Oh man, so we gotta tweak this. All right, hold on. Let's stop. Let's go into the heads. You change one thing, and you gotta change like 50 other things. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What was this called? Result. So this, I think I want to have just like 10 font. 10. Oh, it's not localized what it's trying to put in. You know what? I call shenanigans on that. We're going to put that back. We're going to look for this version of result up here. Okay, that's the attunement. Oh, it's because of this. All right, so Essence Ash. Essence Ash, Essence Ash. Here's the ciphers, right? Dash none. This was the this was the easier way to do this than saving more information on the block entity itself. Because really only the client, this is to only have the client display. It wasn't worth having the client and the server have to agree to do this. There we go. There it is. How'd you enjoy Oblivion last night? I actually played Mines of Moria with a friend last night. That was fun. Oblivion, I made my character. I remembered I made a Breton before because I like to do magic stuff, so I made a Breton this time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go with like a kind of a spell sword or just like pure wizard sorcerer super explosion. But it was fun last night. I had fun. Hey, and we got it. Did it right. Now let's create the recipe here, right? It's gonna look like this. And then depending on where you put this, it's gonna create another, you know, another version of the cipher. Going well, it's 9 a.m. here. Oh, nice. I'm reading this out of order. Went with a kind of mage killer thief. Nice. I'm looking forward to playing it. It's one of those things where I'm like, it's not running anywhere. I'm feeling really close to like the update here. I have some recipes and playtesting to do, and this mod is ready for people to try, right? About 12 here. It's noon here, so I'm also thinking about lunch. Delicious lunch. Mage candle. All right, so we're gonna save and quit because I'm gonna have to create a couple recipes. I gotta create 8 recipes. And the way I'm going to create these, let's get rid of the napping recipe, magic grid. There we go, grid. We'll start with grid. Cannot craft, tier 1. Tools? Is it going to be a tool? Yeah, because it's a spell cipher. I'm just going to put it in the tools. I'm going to copy and paste this. And I'll say item, spell, cipher, empty dash, evocation. And we'll focus on just the evocation versions here. It's going to be a 3x3 grid. I'm going to have to make it a 3x3 grid. Did the sign of the astronaut for being able to absorb 50% of all spell damage, but can't regen magic. You know, I remember that. That's pretty good though. That's pretty cool. You did go full like I'm gonna rock a mage kind of thief. The Mage Bane. So this is I don't trust myself typing any of this. So I have so many windows open right now. I don't see. I don't think what I need is up. I can get rid of that. Yeah, I gotta pull back up the empty spell cipher. Here, okay, here it is. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it in dash tier 1. Paste light. And then evocation. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna have to have like multiple versions of this stuff. I guess it's okay. It could be worse. So let me put in like tier 1. Tier 1 dash light. Do I want to break it up that much? Or maybe just do tier 1. I'll have it all in one. All the stuff in the tier in one. All right, so I'm gonna zero that out. So we're gonna have the spell cipher. I'll keep that as S, and then we'll have an M here and an M here for the mage candles. And I will make this M And this will be Mage Candle. I gotta figure out what the block is here. I don't remember. I don't remember the Mage Candle localized name. Magic Rune. Let's see. Spell Sigils. Where did I even put these? I don't even know where I put these. Mage Weave, Magic Rune, Enchanted. No, it's not Enchanted Stone. Eldrathian Bloodstone. No. Moonstone, Debug. Is it into Sort? No. The Portcullis. Yeah. Eternal Forge. That's a Mana Distillery. That's all that stuff. It's not utilities, right? No, no. I thought I had a ritual section. Talisman. Stations? Magitrix? No. The extras are just like the portals and stuff. Spells? No. Sigil? No. Overlays? No. Oh, here we go. Light sources. Oh, Vice, you bastard. Could you? Let's just bump this out over here, right? So it's gonna be Mage Candle dash Ritual dash Wild Card, right? Because I want any form of the Mage Candle. Although I could probably just put up in here and get away with it. Oops, Ritual. Right? Yes, please. Eat my eat the thing I was working on. It's exactly what I wanted you to do. How'd you know? Because I don't know where it is now. It just like sucked it up. Ah, for the love of all things. I got too many windows open. Too many. Too many. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, it went into here? Really? Really? God damn it. All right, so we got the Mage Candle mapped out. This is going to be lock. Instead of stick, this is going to be this. Paste this in. A dash none. Tier 1 dash none. Okay. I think I could be clever with this. I may be able to get all versions of the light, neutral, dark in one statement here. So I don't have to have like run on repeating stuff. Optimize where I can, right? So I just need to find something where I'm already doing this. Bone Wand. Yes, this. Copy that. Paste that in there. Right? So instead of elements, we can go into the spell cipher, which I remembered closing. So let's open this back up. Right? And I can say type. Or better yet, why don't I do school? No, because there's something here that I don't want to be in there. We could do type. We could do type. So I could do type in there. I can make this the wild card. For allowed variants, just to make sure that if in case I add like a new magic type, I don't want it to just be unleashed. Neutral. Dark, right? So I'm limiting it down. And then down here, I can just pop the wild card in. Actually, I think it would be wild card. Oh, so it's not going to have anything here. I believe it's that, or it's something like this. I'm not sure. Let's put D back in there, right? And then X, this is going to be magic chalk. Magic chalk dash normal. We'll do normal for now, and it will only be 1 that it requires. Everything here is going to be 1. All right, let's save this. We're gonna build and then hop in and see if I got this right. And it's only going to be for evocation for now. Redo. 12:08. How long have I been live streaming? All right, about 2.5 hours. Not bad. Not too shabby. Man, this new update's gonna be awesome. I can't wait for people to try it. And then point out everything that I got wrong. Point it all out. I totally missed if there were any issues. It's easier to see it through here. No way! Did it work? Really? I don't trust it. I don't trust it. This is the... And... Spell cipher empty. Spell. Crap, what are the empty spell ciphers called now? There we go. So we'll just get one of the tier 1. Lame. So it did not do anything. It's an ingredient 4. It sees that. It's just not seeing... It's not seeing the recipe in here. So it could be... I think I need to look at another recipe that I'm doing this with. I remember something very specific that had to be done. That's not it. So see, something like this where I have the type, that was the old way. There is Armor's Essence Core, is it in here? No, because it's just displaying Essence Core. No, that's not it either. That's not it either. It was something where I have like a variant where it could be one of multiple things for the outcome. I really thought it was with like the bone wand because I had bone. No, I statically put in bone there. Damn it. I mean, was it a resource? Like, I don't remember this. It's in one of these here. And when I see it, I'm gonna know it right away. Dang it. It's not chalk. It's not Arcanus. I don't think it's armor. I don't think it's the staff. It was the repair, right? Wait, it was the repair feature. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so name color, right? And then I pipe in the color. Okay, so up here, right? So this is type. So the name was type. And up here, right? You just put the wild card in, load from proper. Oh, wait, no. Instead of load from properties, I'm just allowing the variance statically. Okay. All right. And then down here, I have the output. Yeah. So that should be correct for type. What if I can't do it by type? What if I do like type in? Mage Candle Ritual None, I think is what that should be. Right, for Mage Candle... Oh, it should... You know what? I'm just gonna do up. Okay. Reload. Good thing I got up and noticed you started streaming more than an hour previous. Yeah! What are you gonna have for breakfast? Good old brekkies. Alright. Here we go. Go to this. Oh, was it right this whole time? I clicked on the wrong damn thing. Let's put this back to wild card. Oh my, I don't want to talk about it. Oh my god. You know what that means? That means that I am tired and I have to pee and I'm getting thirsty for something other than water and I'm hungry and I probably should take a break soon. Soon, not now. I want to finish this. There it is. Freaking it works. Yay. So that's that one here. What if I pull up like empty? No, because I can't do a search by empty there. It should be... Should I name this like empty neutral spell cipher? Or maybe I'll just do spell... I'll do like light spell cipher. Here we go. Evocation. Okay, so it's just for evocation, which is perfectly fine. That's fine. So why don't I start off with the X being over here? There we go. So that's going to be evocation. Copy, comma, paste, comma, paste, comma, paste, right? Because we have different versions of this to put in. So let's move the X over here. And instead of evocation, this will be alteration. Okay, now the next thing, we're going to move the X all the way at the end, right there. And then this one is going to be incantation. And then there should be no X on the bottom. And then the X will go one more up right there. And this will be conjuration. There we go. And that's everything for the tier 1. Boop. You know what? We don't have to stop debugging. I could just reload. So now I should be able to pull that up. We'll check the dark. And all the tier 1 stuff, well, half of all the tier 1 stuff will be in. And then we can copy and paste it into the tier 2 folder and tier 3 folder. I can do a search and replace and get those wrapped up. All right, so this is going to be a dark spell cipher. There's the evocation, the alteration, the incantation, and the conjuration. Beautiful. It's perfect. Oh, Vice, it's perfect. You know the sad part is, though, right now? I kind of feel like I want the cipher and the candles to be in the middle, and then do, like, top to bottom kind of stuff, instead of having, like, the space up top. Now's the time to change it, but... Right? Do something like this. And then, of course, this would go over 1. And of course, this would go over to underscore, and then have the X be here. I want to do it a different way. I want to do it a different way. Instead of starting from the bottom, I want to start from the top. This is my OCD kicking in here. So if I do this, right, and then make this X, that's the way right there. There, copy that, right? So now I could just put the X in the middle, come down, paste, put the X at the end, come down, paste. There'll be no X there, and then the X will be right there. Perfect. That's the way it should be. We're gonna save, fireball it in. I'm gonna do a quick reload. God damn it. If I just do it right the first time, I save so much time. First time, every time. Okay. Hey, look, we got all four now. I can see them. Perfect. See, that I think is going to be a little better than having them sit at the bottom. And I got 2 more spaces there that I can use. Done. We got to shut down the game because I got to copy this and paste it in twice. Tweak the name. Move this right over here. All right, where is it? Recipes. Copy that, right? Because that's tier 1 tools, right? That's where it's gonna live. So tier 2 tools, paste. Make sure this says 2. And everywhere that this thing is trying to bring up tier 2, make it say, or tier 1, make it say tier 2. Done. All 8 occurrences. Save. All right, now we come down to magic tier 3 tools, paste, change the name to tier 3, and again, everywhere you see tier 1, we're going to replace it with tier 3. So that should be everything there. All right, that's you know what I should do. I should increase the mage candle count that you need. Because it needs to be more expensive by at least a little bit for each magic tier that you are trying to discover something in. And then 3, 3, and 3. There we go. All right, now we'll take a quick look before making these actually craftable in the Thaumic Workbench. And I gotta do a similar thing with armor. Not sure how I'm gonna do that though. Oh, and after this, I'm gonna have to read through my my guidebook entries to make sure I tweak the sections that talk about wands. And anything else that has changed, right? I added that new ritual. I got to get the screenshot for it, put that in, make a page for it. So I guess there is a little bit more, but the actual programming part of the mod should be done. There we go. So this is all tier 1 stuff. Let's do spell cipher. So let's look at like abyssal, the abyssal stuff. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Spot check. Looking good. Looking good. All right, back out of that. Here, let's look at the eternal. All right, all of this is working exactly how I would expect it to. Perfect. Now we need to copy these 3 files I just made. We'll start with this, and we have to scroll down into Magic Grid and actually put these in here. Paste. Anywhere it says this here, that's the key that I need to replace it with. Paste. Should be, yep, only 4 occurrences. Anywhere that it says D, I need to just put an underscore in and delete the D out. So this right here, get rid of it, pop the underscore in. I don't need any dummy recipe placeholders for this. Underscore. There's that. And then underscore. And that. All right, so that one should be done. Minimize that. All right, tier 2. So come right into tier 2, tools, paste, open. Open another thing, right? So it's going to be this key that I need to do a search and replace on. Find this key, replace it with this one. Perfect. And same thing. If it says D, get rid of the underscore and trash the whole thing. I think I officially moved my whole playlist here for music over to YouTube. I think I did it, finally. Well, that's done. Tier 3, copy. And there it is. Tools, paste. All right, so grab this key, copy, open this back up. Find that, replace with that 4 times, perfect. Again, getting rid of the dummy items. I hate that I had to have a complicated system like this for crafting, but it was the only way to make sure that the whole, like, lifting the restriction, would apply. So, like, regular people can't make magic items. That was, like, the whole point of, like, this type of separation. Okay, that should be good to go. We're gonna hop in and find out. We're gonna try and craft one of each type. So I'll do a light tier 1, a neutral tier 2, and a dark tier 3. It doesn't matter doing like evocation versus whatever. That doesn't really matter. The fact that we have no errors means I did it right the first time. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's do this. Looks like we'll do neutral tier 1. So there's evocation, alteration, incantation, conjuration, nothing, nothing. Perfect. Let's go back to spell ciphers. Here we'll do this one. Get rid of that, and then we'll do the dark tier 3. I need more candles. I just need 6 maximum. All right, we'll do the higher tier here. There we go. All right, put this in. Perfect. Alteration, incantation, conjuration, nothing, nothing. Excellent. Swap that out. And there we go. Evocation, alteration, incantation, conjuration. All right, all the new spells are in. I think this is going to be another vast improvement that people are going to wish they had before. This is pretty sweet. This is pretty darn sweet. Why do I have this rope here? What was Past Vice trying to do? I wanted to make a mage weave rope. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a mage weave rope. Extremely thick old rope. Was it the coil rope? I don't even remember where I got this from. Oh, it was just an item like this. Oh, okay. I think I found this in creative. Boop. Should I make a mage weave version of the rope? Maybe not right this second, but maybe soon. All right. What more do I have to do? I have to create the recipes that change your armor into a specific type. Should it just be a crafting grid recipe? Like, should it be a crafting grid recipe, or should it be more than that? Should it be a ritual? It seems weird to make a ritual just for armor at the very end, right? I don't want to waste a beautiful ritual pattern here on something like that. It doesn't deserve that. This deserves justice. There we go. I gotta change this. The cast time is completely wrong on that. I gotta start closing out some windows here, so I gotta start going through and fixing stuff. That's what I need to do. Damn it! Alright, spells to cast. What do we get? Okay, so I got the cast time there. So that's just for the particles. Oh, wait a minute. I remember what I have to do. I need to pull up, where is it? It was the window that I had popped out. Here. I don't have a, oh no, not here. Close that out. I do not have a profile for this particular instance anymore because I got rid of all the wand stuff. So I don't have all the math up to date here. I think I just need the wand. So if this is not null and this block is, so if this is the duplication array, base cast time. So this is tool spell scroll, which is not what I'm using. This is for the scroll of binding. This should all be right. So maybe it's not that. I think I have to see what it thinks the base cast time is. Mario! Right, because I just need to see the base cast time. I gotta find that constant too. No, that's not it. There's something else in here. I'm vaguely remembering it now. Oh, where was it? It was up here. I saw it up here. Here, this right here. Item spell cost. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Here, this is it. Spell scroll, base cast time. Maybe. No, this wouldn't even exist in this context. Man, I guess I have to pull. I gotta do some. I gotta do some research here. We're gonna have to get some print statements going. It's the only way. Copy. So I want the on step. And I want you to tell me what you think the base cast time is. Tell me what you think it is. 1. So if that is 1, let's cut this out. Then we do have an issue in here. Let me look for anything that says wand. Oh shit, is it this? No, it's not that. Okay. Let's comment that back out. All right, now continue the search. Interesting. So right in here. Oh, wait. If this does not equal spell scroll and this does not equal inert. Okay, so if this does not equal item tool spell casting, why am I doing reverse statements for this stuff? This is confusing. So basically these are both the same. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so if the player's hand is not empty, so if you have an item and that item is this. Okay, this makes sense. So I think I do want this back in here. So if you have an item and the item in your hand is the wand, which is what this all right, here, let's just shut down, save and shut down. Yeah, because I didn't fully retire the wand. That's still what the magician's brick is set for. Like it uses that whole wand thing. So I need to move this back out before I forget that part again. And get it out of work in progress and put it back into spell. Wearable. Okay, so tool basic wand. Oh, okay, so I'm going to put this back into tools. Yes, adjust the namespace for it. Thank you. Please and thank you. Now I can come up here and import it correctly. So if you are not sneaking... Oh, wait a minute. I don't care about that part. Let's try this. I think it's because of the duality of what I had the wands like set for. I think I just fixed it. So yesterday I had trouble figuring out why my FPS was so slow. It turns out my GPU software had a hard limit on power to the GPU set at 40%. Ugh. Damn. It was throttling your gas. Been like that for at least a few months and I never realized it. You know, I'm half tempted to do something like that with my PC, man. Power, like electric bills, are freaking ridiculous right now. Like, I mean, everything's becoming ridiculous, cost-wise. It's still... Okay, let's go back in here. It's something in here. Son of a biscuit, man. Update cast, it may be in here. So if you've unlocked magic or you're holding a spell scroll, that was all the old modifiers there. So base cast time. Oh wait, it's taking 4 seconds? Hold on, it's taking 4 seconds. I know why. I know why. If your hand's not empty and it's a spell scroll, I need to copy this. We're gonna paste this in here. I'm gonna say, if your hand's not empty and the first code part is... Where is it? Where's Magician's Brick? It's not under block types. It's not a summoned item. It should be a summoned item. Should absolutely be a summoned item. It's a tool. It's a tool. Tool Magician's Brick. Okay, so it is just tool basic wand. Alright, so I could say tool basic wand. If it equals tool basic wand, max cast time equals base cast time. What the absolute F? Come on, man. Are you kidding me with yourself? You kidding me? This is it should be getting this. It should be, you know what? RMR references. Let's put in a freaking logger in here. Dang it. I'm starting to make mistakes here. Bunch of zeros, why not? Let zero feel like something today. Being nice. Being generous. What if I put in current cast time? Instead of base cast time. I don't need to run any calculations for this. Holy crap, look at that. I kind of like this. Where it's actually adding the wrong stuff here. So current cast time. Oh, okay, that's not what I want. Oh, this is what I wanted. This particular string. Copy that. Okay, so let's get rid of this. All right, so I'm gonna do Rustbound Magic dot full spell dictionary, and we're gonna put that in dot cast time. But it can't be this. It's gotta be crap. I'm doing it wrong again. It's gotta be all of this. Instead of first code part, it needs to be last code part. Cast time. There we go. 1 second cast time. I'll teach you, bear. How's that 1 point of damage feel, huh? Ooh, burned. All right, that's fixed. I can move it off. Here, and let me prune out everything here, right? Like, that's done, that's done, that's done, that. The hell's this? Oh, okay, that's not needed. Get rid of that. I don't need the candle anymore. Okay, the workbench. Apparently... Oh, wait, no. I did that already. That was fixed. The wand, Magician's Brick is good to go. Item Wand is good to go. The Magician Brick spell is also good to go. Soulbound stuff I just copied. I don't need anything from that. References should be good. Grimoires have been solid for a while. We were working on that. I'll move past that. I don't need anything with any of these collectible systems at all. What is this? The transmutation projectile. I'll leave that one up. I may add some extra stuff that transmutation can do. I don't need anything more from ritual. Oh, you know what? I may need something from rituals. Restore close tab. All right, we'll leave that one open. But I don't need this. I don't need the spell cipher. The spell forge is working, so I can get rid of that. The sigil. I may need that one open as well. Here, this one, cast bar, right? Let's take a look. Let's do Control F10. That's looking pretty darn good. And see, now it just the cast bar there just like simmers. That looks good. So if I just go back and forth, I'm not getting any more lag here, which is great. If I throw the item out of my hand, everything is fine. Pick it back up, it pulls up fine. Right? Yep. Not enough to even have a hiccup. That looks really good right there. Just simmering right where it should be. Cool. Yep, and the icon is working perfectly. All right, I think for this, that is completely optimized now. Good to go. What did I have this open for again? I was doing something with this, right? Oh yeah, there was something where it was like equals or a bunch of dashes and then a 0, right? And I couldn't tell where this was coming from. So part of my code cleanup really should be dealing with this. Oh, you know what? It could be the staff. I bet it is the staff. Nope, just kidding. Apparently, apparently this is the only logger that I have here that has all these. Yeah. I think I have to go through all this here. Let's do RMR. I can't see. References dot logger. All right, take me through. Make sure I have everything disabled, because I don't need anything else here. So far, so good. All right, so everything has been disabled in there. Let's reload. Part of the code cleanup is I'm actually going to delete commented out code. Anything that's useful, I'm going to move into an ARC folder. That should really clean up the project too. But I'll do that offline. No one wants to see that kind of stuff. See, it's right there. Something right when I first log in. It's this. So what I'm trying to do here is we'll maximize it. So anything that's commented out, I can just ignore. See, like, oh, look at this. And it has a tick on it too. Oh, that's... I'm just going to comment that out. That got me last time, didn't it? That got me last time. And then we got stuff like this. You know, I'm just gonna pop it up over here. All right. Here, we'll comment that out. I guess I can move this over here. I'm gonna save. Oh, looks like on collectible crafting, we can comment those out. I'm done with those. And we'll comment that out as well, because I'm done with that. The buff system. Yep, that is good to go. Okay, those are for my attributes. That's me trying to figure out what slot to use. Did modify, that's fine. Just about done already. Of course, it's going to be like the last one, the thing at the very, very bottom. How much you want to bet? There it is. Oh, it was here for the armor. Oh, it was the armor that was pushing out those prints. You know what? It was from last night's stream. Totally from last night's stream. I mean, I'm pretty much at the bottom here. Let me just finish almost everything. Yep. Almost. And that one. Yep. Okay, all my print statements are gone. Yeah. Oh, man. Posture check myself. Holy crap. All right, now I can get rid of stuff. So magic stats, that whole system's good. The rift system's good. You know what I want to do? Never mind. I think it's good. I don't need to change anything there. Magic knowledge, the buff system, rust orb, armor, collectible stuff. I think I'm done there as well. Oh, you know what? I do want to do one thing in particular here. A change that needs to be done. And it's actually where we got rid of that print statement. Maybe that's why I kept that print statement in. All right, I think it's in here. Okay, yep. So I have this part where it's like armor arm, or if it contains like an attunement or anything like that. I need to separate out what makes my mage armor with the soulbound stuff. I have to separate that out with because right now, if you try to add my new attributes to any other equipment, the attributes will not work. Because this right here specifically looks for soulbound stuff. And it excludes a handful of stuff too, right? So really what I need to make sure is that the item has this collectible behavior. And I need to make sure that all this soulbound stuff isn't gonna screw with anything. So for now, we're gonna get rid of this and get rid of this. And you know what? We're gonna get rid of that too. If you want to make the Christmas hat be a super powerful mage hat, why do I care? Right? Like what? Why do I care? And then we go into the soulbound aspect, right? So I'm like, okay, if this is something that has soulbound and is soulbound, and the player ID equals the soulbound ID, then we go into everything, right? But if not, then it drops it, right? So this is one aspect. I need to cut this whole thing out. We need one if statement before doing all of this. We need to do one additional check. And that is going to be getting slot.itemstack.collectible.code I kind of feel like this works right now. Maybe I don't want the if statement here. Because I was going to do a quick thing that says, hey, if this is, you know, I could do it this way. Code.path contains now let's pull up some of my armor, and we're gonna look for keywords in my armor. Main armor. See, we got like body armor. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Copy. I'm gonna do an and here, and I'm gonna open up another brace, or this, right? So armor head, armor legs, and armor body. And then here, if the domain equals my domain, right? RMR references dot mod ID. So if I'm going to do a check, and I'm going to say if this particular item you're putting on is from my mod, and it happens to be anything from the head or legs or body armor slots, then I need to do this check here, because those things are soulbound objects. So if they're soulbound, right, then drop it, right? Don't apply the stats. Else, if it's anything else, Then I can copy all of this, paste it in here. Now I'm gonna have to cut all of this out here and get rid of all of the soul-bound stuff. There we go. And as long as it's not considered broken, then you can equip it. And what we also need to do before any of this, let's cut this back out. I need another if statement. This if statement, I'm gonna have to see if this has durability. How many uses does this have? Is there a way to check this? See, this is where I have to think about combat overhaul bullcrap. Because combat overhaul, I can't do anything by item slots, right? I can't say, oh, if it's in the headpiece for armor, the body piece or whatever, then do whatever. Because combat overhaul has their own pieces, right? And it hijacks everything. So, fucking combat overhaul. Always getting in the way. Always. Is there a way to see if something has durability at all? See, that's get remaining durability. So what if I put this in and say this does not equal null? Would that be enough to save me? Oh, no. Because, yeah, int is never going to equal null. Okay, so this is trying to be an int. You know, I don't know if this is really needed. I have a feeling it is, though, but I'm not sure. That means all of this and this could go away. Let's see what I just messed up with equipment. Okay, so no armor on. I did see my mana increase there. Get rid of that. I gotta sneeze. Oh man, pollen must be bad outside if it's creeping in here. Oh man. Let's get some equipment. Where are my wrists, right? There we go. This stuff, right? Increase movement speed, spell duration. I'm not even sure if this spell duration thing works anymore. Increase magic damage. I don't think that one works anymore. No stability loss. While meditating. All right, we'll grab that. Oh, I need to change this on the staff too. Cast time minus 25%. Rust Mage bonus applied. That isn't real anymore. Rust Mages no longer have that 5% spell haste. So this whole section here can also go away. That's looking much better. Alright, so the Heart of Harmony. No stability loss while meditating. Let's go ahead and Cast transmutation a couple times. Good enough. Oh, I was gonna say, what is this nebula staff? It's an apprentice nebula staff. Ew. Out of that. There we go. I want the Archmage one. That's better. Cast the spell a couple times. There we go. So if I put on this Heart of Harmony, meditation should no longer take temporal stability. It does. So that was messed up in this update. Okay. What about this one? I think this one was messed up as well. Traveler's Soul. Damn it. I just want to walk straight. It does something. It does something. Oh, shoot. I know why. I know why it's not working. Let's go into here. I don't have anything that does anything for walk speed modifiers here. There we go. Same thing for this. I don't have any walk speed modifier in here. And I think that's it. I think that's all I need. Okay, now putting it on. There we go. 120%. Okay, so that still works. Here, I'll put the dividing line being this rope. Buff spell duration. Let's pull out a grimoire. Let's see what grimoires I have. Here we go. Swiftness 1. Let's pull that up. Swiftness 1. So buff duration right now is 10 minutes. Put on the Mark of Eternity. Says 10 minutes there. Still 10 minutes. So the old method of doing this is not working. Let's pull up that equipment, because I could just move it over to the new version of it. Mark of Eternity, here we go. Generic buff duration modifier. Is that really what it's... Oh, there is no generic buff duration modifier anymore. That's right. It's now generic modifier duration. There we go. All right, we're gonna have to reload that, but that should get that working. All right. Did not work. Did not work. I may have to pick it up and put it back on. There, let's try that. Nope. So the buff duration mod... Oh, that was the Codex of Destruction. Oh, shoot. Wrong thing. Mark of Eternity. That needs to change. Alright, so block speed modifier, that. Might as well go through. So the Codex of Destruction, it should be generic modifier attack. There we go. Boop. Oh, and I gotta make sure the other thing. Okay, so let's just take a quick look here. The Mark of Eternity. Still not working. All right, so that one's labeled not working. Buff duration. So let's move the line down. Let's take a look at this one, the Codex of Destruction. Let's pull up an attack spell. Let's do like Fireball. Doesn't matter. There we go. I'm like Fireball. Okay, so that's not working either. Fair enough. These could not be working for a couple of reasons. Let me look in here. So generic damage modifier. It's looking to see if it's broken. That may be the issue, because the only thing that was working was the walk speed stuff. So it may be the fact that none of this stuff, like maybe this broken isn't exactly what I want here. Let's do this. Let's do RMR references .logger. Let's pop another logger in here. Just tell me what you think the broken value is for a bracelet. If it comes up null or 0, then I can reinstate that if statement. We could use it. True. So this is coming up as broken right now. Is there a way to have something listed as armor? Like, what's the difference between body armor? Yeah, right? And like arm, like something you put on your arm. Is there an attribute I can latch onto? Man, it would be so nice if I could just do it by, you know what? I could say screw combat overhaul and make this work. I could do that. See, like closed category, body armor. Is that legit? I just put in the name. Maybe I got lucky with that. Hold on. Let's pull something up over here. Desktop. Where's .NET Spy? There you are. Wake up. Please find something for this, you son of a bitch. Clothes category, so it could be like clothes, or I'm looking for an enum, right? It would be enum cloth type. No, rope or cloth. So this closed can, I mean, I could try to... See, there's nothing that says like, hey, this is the primary piece of armor. You know what? Screw combat overhaul. Why is my phone buzzing so much? What is this? Wow, people are going to town in these chats. Holy crap. Alright, so... I mean, does combat overhaul change every single item slot? See, the problem here is this whole broken thing, right? If it's broken, but I need to tell it, like, if it's something that should be considered broken or not. How are things going with the Viceroy? Hey, Nanotech. They're going well. I'm trying to figure out like a last minute kind of thing here. Trying to make it to where if you have like jewelry that has attributes on it, that the attributes get applied correctly. So far, this is not the case. So far, it is not the case. Right, so if it's my mod ID, then I look for the soulbound stuff. Else, it looks for anything else, but I have to have some kind of thing, right? Because then you could wear broken equipment and still get all of your stats, which is not cool. Like, why ever repair your armor at that point? And I know Combat Overhaul does, like, they strip off the protection, so I can't do a search on protection because they screw me over there, and they change the item slots. They don't reuse the old item slots or anything to try and attempt to make things compatible. No, they just drive it home and have like all these other item slots. All right, let's try. Let's make this full screen. I gotta focus here. I gotta focus up. Hate Combat Overhaul. Hate that mod so much. Oh. How am I gonna be clever to do this? How am I gonna do this? Let's take a look at maybe the damage modifiers. Maybe this stuff. Let's go further down. What I am specifically looking for is protection. My protection logic. And it may not be in here. It's not looking like it's in here. It's not wearable magic stats. There was a whole new system that I created for this. It wasn't magic traits. Has nothing to do with spells. Nothing to do with recipes or perception effects. Nothing to do with inventory. It's not an interface. It's not an enum. Entities. That's my trigger system. Effects. Magic stat. No, it's not magic stat modifiers. Buffs. That's the buff timers. Oh man, where is this thing? Is it a behavior? Elemental damage modifiers, maybe? Okay, so this is all RNG death drop stuff. And then visuals. So it's not this. Damn it. Was it a collectible behavior? Maybe. Let's look at behavior wearable soulbound. Somewhere in here, I already researched the whole protection system. And I got the things that Combat Overhaul uses, what slots they use, at least for the primary armor. Mana. I'm really thinking this through. How can I have the best of both worlds here? It's tough. It's tough. If I could just find my stupid my protection system, where did I nestle it? Come on, man. It was around here somewhere. Maybe it is in here. Let's look for... Rotection. Rick. So all of this stuff is like the interception. Like this intercepts what the damage is, and then looks to see what buffs that you may have on yourself. And it also applies the weaknesses and resistances. So it's not that one. Wait a minute, is it in here? No way, it's in the same part. I think it's in the same part. Yep, here it is. You son of, god damn it. Oh. This is crap. Oh my god, I think I could just copy this. Thank you, Past Vice. Oh, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Oh my god, yes. So what I could do here is say, here, let's cut this out, and I can just paste this right here, right? Let's come down to here and get rid of that. So what I could say now is, I'll get a snapshot, right? I'll get a snapshot, and I will say, if this does not equal combat overhaul, right? And I can say copy paste this in dot empty, right? Paste. Or better yet, I can say inventory slot 12. All right, so how am I going to do this? What I need to do is say I need to get a snapshot of where I'm trying to equip this. Slot. I think slot. Right, inventory, so item slot in the inventory. So that's the inventory. And that's what I'm going through here. So in here I can say if inventory. Oh, you know what? I don't even have to do inventory. I could just say slot equals 12. Right? Because that's the item slot dot what is it? Slot dot inventory dot get slot ID or slot. I wonder if I could just do INV. There we go. That was a roundabout way to do it before. So I'll get the inventory and I'll get the slot ID and I'll say if this equals 12 or it equals slot 13 or slot 14, right? If it's any of those slots, then have it equal this, else set this to false, right? So far what this is saying is I have this as a failsafe. That way I just assign it something with remaining durability. And then if you do not have combat overhaul installed, right? So it defaults to here. And it does not equal one of the primary things, right? So any piece of major equipment that would have durability, then if it equals one of those slots, then go ahead and just set the durability, right? In case anything changed. If not, set broken to false, right? So the bracelet would be in a different slot. So it would just be false and it would just return the stat, right? So it basically ignores all this. Now I could do a similar thing up here for stupid dumb combat overhaul, stupid dumb. Hate combat overhaul. So I'll say 31, 34, and 37. Right? So if it's not one of those primary ones, and get rid of that. If it's one of the primary slots for your head, body, and legs, then take a look at the durability. That's if they don't have their own goddamn crappy durability, crappy system. I am so angry right now. I am so grumpy. Spicy Vice is coming out. Grumpy Vice. All right. Boop. We'll go ahead and skip that temporal storm. Thank you. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Buff duration. Hey, that did work. Buff duration did work. Yep, 10 minutes. Now it's 20 minutes. So it's multiplying it by 2. So that is working. All right, so let's try. The bonus damage may not be working. Yeah, because it's not working there. This is the old system though. So let me look at. Here we go. Armor arm is what I want to look at. Specifically this part here. So the Codex of Destruction, generic modifier attack. So this should be a 50% increase, right? That is what I'm looking at. Codex of Destruction. Yep. Let me look at the damage calculation math. I may not have included this because I think I wanted to move away from this. So let's take a look at. Come on, where is it? This mod is getting so big. I swear to God. That's it. I'm gonna start cutting features. It's not under traits. It wasn't a perception effect. Here we go. I'll just pull up a random spell. A random spell that takes mana, not Magician's Brick. Here we go, Ignite. We could come right down to Consume Mana. Here we go. This right here. So the modified mana cost, if I go further down. There we go, Calculate. So that's calculating the cast time. That's calculating the duration. Here we go. This should be calculating the attack. Generic modifier damage. Generic mod damage. And just to make sure the system still works, there we go. So the damage has increased by putting that piece of armor on, but it does not increase by putting this piece. Oh wait, no, okay, yeah, it's not increasing. So let's take one more look at wearable magic stats. Pop this up. And specifically in here, so mana regen, max regen. This is what I'm looking for. Copy, search. So this is called magic stat, generic modifier. Oh, wait a minute. This is not right. I crossed some wires here. No, actually this, yeah, I don't think this is right. Generic modifier damage. Oh, it's generic modifier attack? Oh, Jesus Christ. Damage. My eye's twitching right now. Let's reload. I swear to God, most of my problems come from me using either typing in something wrong or something's always wrong with a string. Every once in a while, I get someone like, why do you make constants for all the strings, Vice? Why do you do that? All right, what is this? Oh, API is null? What? Excuse me? API is not null. Thank you very much. API could be null right now. API could very well be null. You know what? In here, we're also going to push in API. Okay, event player join. Magic knowledge. Mods. Set his API to null. How dare you, monster! You know what I could do? What I could do here? If I cut this out and I say if this dot API does not equal null, and put the rest. What if I just put that in? It may screw up the there we go. There, no, we're gonna shut down again, and I'm gonna go back into that. It may make it to where there may be an issue with combat overhaul, but it's a mod I don't use, and I have to ask myself the most important question: do I care? Do I care? A lot of people use combat overhaul. I really should care. But I just don't like it. I wonder if... Oh, wait. I think one of these is wrong. I think that's supposed to be 34, not 24. Let's scroll down. Come on. It is 34. It's not 24. It's 34. What if I don't care about combat overhaul? I think these are outside of the range of the base game. What's to stop me from just doing this? Right, I could do this, and I could put a comment here. Stupid, damn, dumb, smelly CO. There we go. Stupid, damn, dumb, smelly CO. Perfect. Which means I could cut this right out. I technically don't need that because CO doesn't matter anymore. I'm looking at slots now. All right, save. One final reload. Make sure that we can load into the world fine. There we go. It went in perfectly fine. If I take this off, damage is not modified. Putting it on, it is modified by 50%. Love it. So that works. Buff duration. Buff duration is 10 minutes. Putting this on doubles it to 20. That's working too. All right, all right. Meditation. The no stability loss. Let's see if that works now. This one may still be broken. I remember this one being kind of jank. I need a staff in my hand, right? Or a free hand. Nope. So that one's still broken. That's fine. I wanted to redo that system, and I really did not like how I did that. It was a very cheap way of doing it. All right, and let's make sure Traveler's Soul, so I'm at 110%, 120%, good. So I can manipulate basic stats like run speed as well. And if I put on all of this evocation equipment here, we'll take off the Heart of Harmony, because that's the only one that's, like, not working. Right, so 7.5, if I add another... If I add the Codex of Destruction... Yeah, so instead of 5 points of damage, my spell will do 10 points of damage now. The new attribute modifier system's pretty freaking cool. Look at that, a 2-second cast time, only 7 mana, and it does 10 points of damage. Man, you know what I'm gonna start telling people now? Right, I'm gonna be like, if you guys, look at that, 30 damage, 6-second cast time. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. You know, we could do better with the spell haste, but this isn't even with all of the equipment, right? I want like belts with spell haste and stuff. I want other things that you can also add. I think, yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Sorry, bear. I'd hit you with Shockwave, but I don't want you to knock. I don't want to knock you out. Oh, I was gonna say, where's my buff duration? Yeah, that's a different piece of equipment. All right, so wow, I just need to come up with a way, like maybe it should just be recipes, right? But you have to be able to make this this special armor, like the armor of evocation. I need to make a way for you. So I have one of two options. Technically I have one of three options. Option one is by far the easiest, by far the one everyone is most familiar with, crafting grid, right? You pop it in your crafting grid. Well, technically it'd be Thaumic Workbench, right? But you would pop this in, probably add some stuff to it. I don't even know what you would do to get this, right? Add some items into your basic armor, and then bam, you pull it out. The second way would be a ritual. Come up with just like a cheap ritual. You could throw, your armor out in the middle of it, and based on whatever you placed, right, in a certain pattern would make it evocation, alteration, blah, blah, blah. Seems like that's a little overkill for armor that you get at tier 3. That you'll probably be doing a total of 3 times, right? Or because once you have armor in this game, armor doesn't disappear. That's one thing I really don't like about this game, is that like your armor just stays forever. Just make it when it breaks, make it disappear, right? I really don't like that. So it seems like a lot of work for very little return for something that you touch briefly. And then the other thing I could do is maybe make a spell forge. But it's a spell forge for like armor, right? And maybe that's how you make all of your armor, is by putting ingredients in, right? You could do something like in this crafting table, you open it up and you have like a slot, like a pattern of slots, and then you have to put things in, maybe. But then that's gonna be annoying to like tell people how to use it. And really it's just I'm statically setting positions in a crafting grid array. So it's not even like it's good. It's just annoying. Takes 0.01 fall damage, armor turns to dust. Right? Yeah, it would. Your armor would turn to dust. Clink, gone. It's like, oh no, it's in pieces. I'm thinking the best way is probably just the crafting recipe, huh? All right, so let's start thinking about what this would look like. Here, let's pull out the hat first. So you got a hat. Got a hat. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. Okay. Let's look at reagents. This is tier 3, right? So it's gotta be something beefy. I mean, we could use rust crystals to some degree. Could use rift charges, although you start getting those at tier 2 magic. Runic Scroll's a possibility. I'm not going to do Seer's Compound. I actually want to prune those out eventually. But I want to add more. See, I can't really use Ash, right? Like, the problem is anything that has to do with an element or anything that has to do with essence type, those are not really... So I don't want people to associate a spell school with those, because they're not the same thing. Spell school is its own thing. So really, like, the magic I'm gonna have to do here is like positioning things, right? Maybe the same ingredients in a different format. So I think this is everything that I have to play with right here. So let's get... Oh, where's my helmet? Well, I adminate that. Alright, well, that helmet's gone forever. There we go. So it's going to be the similar thing, right? So you'll put in, like, pretend this is just the Archmage robe, right? What would something look like? What would something look like here? Should it be similar to the you know, it probably should be similar to how I have the other stuff set, right? So the object you want to change is in the middle, and then you have the stuff on the left and right. And then you would have maybe something like that, and then each position would be, you know... This has to be expensive. This has to be expensive. Not that expensive, though. I feel like large crystals are not that hard to get. Maybe. This is tough. This is tough. So I guess the question I would have is, when do I want you to get this type of armor? Should it be a tier 3 only thing, or should it be a tier 2 unlock? Ah, man, that's tough. There's a couple ways that I could put this, that I could implement this system, right? I can undo all the work that I did, which isn't that bad. It wouldn't be undoing all of it. It would just be removing some of the stats. But I could have it to where maybe armor is just armor, and then I can bring in the current, like, essence that I have, right? Oh, where's an example of one of them? One of the essence cores. There we go. We need a visual. Let's soulbind this. Boom, right? So you could put this on and equip it, and maybe what I could do is have like, I can't do it by color though. I can't do it by color. I'd have to do it by like symbol, because I want you to be able to look at someone and be like, yeah, they are a blank mage, like whatever that turns out to be. Conjuration mage. But you know, I could take the Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 14 approach, right? And like you could create like a gem that you would equip to change your specialization, right? And really, it would just basically take all the specialized stuff, all the evocation and all those stats, and move them over to here. So you could just pop this on, and bam, you are significantly better at conjuration stuff. And then you would still gain, you know, all the regular magic stats benefits. I don't know, what do we think? What do we think? I don't know. What do we think, people? I need help. This is why I live stream. I need direction. Because, I mean, it would be... like, the pieces almost fit. The problem is, people are used to, like, these attunement cores to be like a light, neutral, or dark themed, and not necessarily a spell school, right? Because this could easily be a conjuration attunement core. And then you would just put it on here, right? And that would be all of the evocation stuff, right? All that stuff. I wonder if the attunement core that I just put on, so that's light spells. Let's pull up some spells here. It works. It actually works. The attunement. I think it's working with the attunement core. All right, I can get rid of that Mark of Eternity. Yeah, it is. Wow, the attunement cores really did a lot, huh? So I guess, you know, I guess I just have a couple questions, right? I'm gonna start writing these questions down, because I think I'm gonna have to open up some polls here. So the first question would be, all right, first question here is where, or should the new specialized stats be on armor or the attunement core? So basically it would be remove light, remove essence types, and make spell school. Before that, it would be when should you be able to specialize in a magic school? T2 or T3? Right? One of those. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I have no idea. I remember trying to watch that as a kid, and I did not care at all about that show. I think I was like young. I think I vaguely remember like the lady with the red hat. But I don't know any other characters. I can't. It was like one of those like early memories. Like I did not care. Did not care at all. You know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more it would make sense to have this, like, this specific stuff on, like, an attunement core. Maybe. I don't know. I guess those are the main two questions that I should ask. That's it. And really, like, when I say, like, all the work that I've done, all I have to do to change this is, like, go into the JSON here, right? In the tier 3 stuff where, like, the stats are, and just comment out the evocation stuff. Done. Like, at that point, it's completely done. What else should I do? Oh, wait, I was doing something. Hold on. So I was like putting that on, that and that. Oh, I think I know what I can do with this. Let's get rid of the Traveler's Soul. I know that's working. A Summoned Light Orb is what you're gonna have to use. No, none of that. Where? Oh, there it is. I could use a crystallized memory. So it could be, so we have to think, like, if it's going to be the core in the middle, then it'll be like the core in the middle. And then maybe something like this, right? And then you would change, depending on the slots, right? It would change that core or that armor into like evocation or whatever specific thing. So I guess I have to think about when you should get this. Oh, and what color is it gonna be? It can't be yellow, blue, and purple anymore. Right? All that would have to change. I would have to come up with like official colors for each attunement type. But then people would maybe people would think like it's, oh, well, I'm red, right? Why isn't my fire damage doing more? Well, that's evocation. Well, I guess technically, right? But if it's like, okay, what if Conjuration's yellow? And people are like, well, why isn't lightning doing more damage when I cast Thunderbolt? Well, because you're attuned to Conjuration and Thunderbolt's an evoke. You know what I mean? It gets weird assigning a specific color to a spell school. I don't know. This is a tough one. Quixote coming in with the raid. Quixote! Quick Jolt! Remember that? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my god, I almost did slash shout out. Quixote. Boop. You're playing Minecraft! Nice. We are, right now, I am trying to source some information here. I created this whole system for you to specialize in a spell school. And right now, it's on armor, right? It's on like the Archmage trousers and all this stuff. But I'm wondering if I should embrace this whole attunement core system, right? Take the Final Fantasy 14 kind of approach to where, like, if you want to specialize to be a Conjuration mage, then sure, you would want your Archmage stuff, but you could put the attunement core of Conjuration on, and then gain all the bonuses from that to specialize. Right? Or should it just be embedded in armor? I was just very lightweight vanilla with Create and backpacks. I don't know, Create is that's the beast of its own. Yeah, I got a lot of questions here, right? When do you unlock this, right? How colors, right? If I use the attunement cores, like the Essence system, I haven't really played 14, so I mean the premise of that is like I could be like a gladiator, right? And then to become like a paladin, it's a crystal, right? And that changes your job class from the one to the other. And it's a crystal that you just equip like armor. So you could swap that. I think it's like based on your weapon and then that crystal combo, right? If I'm remembering this right, it's been a couple years since I played. But I could embrace something like that. Whoa, too close, buddy. But you know, I can embrace something like that where like you want to specialize in conjuration, and it's similar to my attunement system now. That's where I got my attunement system from now. I just don't know if I should be putting these stats on the equipment, right? The specialized section, or if it should just be allocated to this, right? Like sure, you could be an overall okay mage with your archmage stuff on, but then, you know, you pop on your alteration attunement core and all of a sudden you're a healer, right? Like your healing spells do more, you cast them faster, all of your buffs last longer, the potency's increased. So I'm not sure. I haven't played, but personally, I'm always loved armor sockets. Well, I'm not going to be able to put armor sockets. This technically is going to be like an armor socket, because the first thing I think of is like gemstones, right? Like, I don't want to make a mod for gemstones to put the gemstones in your pieces of armor. I think a decent solution would be, you know, just popping this on, right? And then now you're a conjuration. But see, the other part is, like, to swap out, you could just, you know, have all 4 cores on you and then just swap out. And it's like, bam, now I'm the master of this. Bam, now I'm the master of this. And I don't like that aspect of it. At least with an armor set, it's clunkier to do, maybe? It's tough. Sounds like when I was trying to do memories of Seraph. Oh, okay, mod. Kind of like the memory disk from Tron. You could make custom classes by learning with a different core. Yeah. See, I don't know if this system really works. Like what I'm trying to implement, I don't know if it really works in this kind of game. Because, like, the idea is I want you to specialize in one and then not be able to immediately, because what's to stop someone from being like, you're in the middle of a fight with, like, your other friends and stuff, right? And you go from evocation to alteration, you swap it out, and all of a sudden you're a god mode healer. You know, like, I want this to, like, stick a little bit more. Having to carry around an entire spare set of armor is indeed a higher requirement, but could be offset by mods that add huge backpacks. Yeah, exactly. Right? And even then, I think there's some mods that you could just put on, like you can have like the equipped like armor sets, right? Or maybe I'm thinking of Minecraft, but if they're not here, they're coming, right? So I don't think just popping this on makes it better. What I could potentially do... I don't know if I could do this, but I could possibly in the traits tab So I could use the traits tab to display the information, like what you are attuned to. That would prevent just hot swapping. Invoke skill amnesia for 10 minutes. I tried to do that, Quixote. That system blew up in my face. Server and client disagreed a lot on that. So it got really weird. I tried to do that, like a 10-minute you can't swap thing. It seemed like it worked at first, but then it's like, because it's different. If you have something equipped already, and then you just right-click to like equip it, as opposed to dropping it in. It's very weird. And then it could double trigger sometimes if the client's a little slower or faster, one or the other, than the server, because then you would put it on and then it would trigger amnesia before the other half of its brain caught up, and then it would see that an equipment change happened and it would immediately drop it, and then you'd have your 10-minute debuff and it would shoot it out on the floor. Like it sucks. It really sucks. Yeah. But what I could do, what I was getting at, what I could do is I could set up here. Let's go back into the main creative world. I could finally maybe implement this. Maybe. It's like rule 34 and 35, but for mod. Character looks like they are ready for the Shadow Realm. You know it. What was the meme card? I call Anthrasax. So I could do something like this. So where you attune through like circumstance, right? So you don't equip anything per se, but you set up something. Maybe not this particularly, right? And this is the idea of like the temporal storm coming, right? During a temporal storm, you could activate a portal and then walk through it, and then you would be attuned to whatever that is, right? So then I would be attuned to like conjuration. I don't know how that feels, but I want to throw that back out on the table. And then you would have to like either look at traits here, which this one may be a little more annoying to put some stuff in, because I may have to override some game stuff, but definitely you should be able to see your attunement from your sanctum. I have to head out though. We have company today, and we have errands before. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. Enjoy that company. Hope you have fun. I like not having company over. Yeah, there are different ways that I could do this, right? Oh, this guy does. I'm like, wait, this armor isn't the armor I had on. Let's go back into this world. So I could either have it be on primary equipment. I can have it be the essence attunement. There's really not a good way to do this. Let me look at maybe I could fix that 10-minute cooldown thing. Like, if that worked, then this would be a no-brainer. All right, so in here, minimize. Oh, we don't want to minimize all of that. Just want to minimize this. So this was. Oh no, that was not my essence attunement system. What is this? Oh, I think this was. Okay, so you put stuff on, right? And if the slot inventory get slot ID equals the emblem slot. Okay, so yeah, this was at the end. So if it equals the emblem slot, if the slot is considered empty, then I put the debuff on you. essence exhaustion. Send the packet and everything. You know what? Let me actually try this. Right, so I'm getting slots. So instead of slot inventory, come on, I can do better than that. Just INV. There we go. Get slot ID slot equals the emblem, which I think is 7. Yes. Man, my memory's pretty good. Some sort of attunement sickness, maybe. Being unable to switch attunements for 5 minutes or something. After unequipping, that's the problem here, because the client and the server nanotech they're not exact. And it's probably got worse now that it's like the UDP packets. Like it probably is a little worse, but if one sees it before the other, then it screws all of this up. Because I think equipping something starts off client side, right? Because you are clicking with your mouse with something in your hand. So if you go to put that in, and then at the same time the server happens to see like, oh, you know, the client goes in first. I remember it was like an order of operations thing. Sometimes it would work, other times it would not work, and then it would shoot it out. And you would still get the debuff because it saw it like a double equip. Now, I may be able to put like a grace timer on. Maybe that could solve the issue. But okay, so with this, right? So if you put something in the emblem slot, if the emblem slot is empty, then set the exhaustion to false and send that packet. And then if it's not empty, so that's the initial trigger. You don't have anything in, so this is on first login. You have nothing on. This is like the waiting thing, you know, the part you wait on here. And then I think this sets it to 0 potentially. It keys it up. And then if it sees something is in there, because then it runs this again, right? And it's like, okay, this is in the emblem slot. This is an attunement core from my mod. And you don't have any kind of sickness. If you are not eligible, then you are now eligible, right? So this resets. And then if you have something, wait, this is the same thing. This is a duplicate of the code. That may be what it was! Because I said it like kind of ran it twice. Oh my god, that may have been it. I'm gonna choose to save this never happened. It worked the whole time. I don't know what it was, guys. It worked, and then it didn't work, and now it works again. So with this, okay, so I have exhaustion, right? Now if I reload, I should still have exhaustion. Why the hell did I make it 10 minutes? Am I dumb? Should be like 5 seconds for testing. Yeah, that mildly sucks. The Thunderlord? Blame the Thunderlord. Oh, okay. See, I'm trying to right click and put it on. And it ain't having it. It ain't having it there either. All right, so let me change the exhaustion here. Or not the exhaustion, but change the time frame for it. And it's in this packet. Wait a minute. Oh, this is okay. So that's to I think that's to display the default the essence exhaustion buff. It's like I would have to keep a snapshot of your previously equipped item, maybe. Good news is this is working perfectly fine. Right here. All right, let's do this the cheap way. I'm gonna comment this out. And I'm gonna gracefully shut down because that timer has been ticking. We're gonna do a rebuild. I'm gonna see all the places where I have errors now. Okay, status effects. Here we go. Get int timer. So that's reapplying the status effect. Okay, this is what I was looking for. I wanted to see what my proto contract was for this. I can go into messages, paste. Oh, this isn't even the right proto contract. Where am I setting this stuff? Hold on, none of this is adding up to my brain here. None of this seems like it's working right. So I'm setting that bool. Okay, let's undo. Let's close that out. Close that out. Get rid of that. Here we go. Okay, let's pop that back in. Let's chase down. All right, I'm closing all those out. Get rid of that, I guess. Get rid of that. Where? Okay, here it is. Okay. So that should be fine. I want to look for this eligible. Oh, it was the next one up. Okay. Let's comment that out. I think it's something in the behavior, magic behavior. Oh, right there. Just kidding, I guess. Okay, here we go. Essence exhaustion. How am I setting it to 10 minutes? One of these has to be sending a packet. A packet that's saying like, yeah, you are in timeout for 10 minutes. I just don't know where that is. I thought it was in here, but I guess that wasn't it. So that sets it back to false. This is good. I got something to go on though. I think I'm gonna have to stop trying to fix what I have here, and I'm just gonna have to clean slate it. Like for instance, this part actually may be good. Although it may not be, because there are two ways to do this. You could already have something in that slot and it does a swap, therefore it never is empty. I may have to save a variable on the player, a watched attribute. This is what I could do. I could save a watched attribute string to the player, and I can have it say like previously equipped emblem, right? Something minor like that. And that can carry with your character. And then what I can do is say, you put on something new. I could do a quick check on that, right? And say like, oh, this is in the emblem slot. Oh, is this something new? Does that path of the item you just put in match the path string that's saved on the character? If not, trigger the 10-minute debuff. If it is, then don't do anything. If you remove the item, right? If it's a slot, I could remove that attribute altogether, or I could set it to like null or none or something like that, right? Something that an item would never be named. That way, if you remove the item, actually, I would have to split this into two different trees, right? One where it's like an empty slot, going from a full to an empty slot, and then a full slot to a different item in that slot, like a swap. But I think that's going to be the way to do this. I think so. But all right, let's find someone. I've been streaming for a while. I'm hungry. And I think I need to let the brain cool off. I've done a lot today. Vintage story. Who can we raid? Wasteland Puppies on. We're raiding them. / raid Wasteland Puppy. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. If I figure this part out, so I will post something in. I think I'll just do the alpha chat. I will ask this question, and it's going to be about attunement, right? It's going to be these two questions, so expect to see them, because I got to figure out if this is even needed, right? This whole like essence type, you know, if I'm going to use like an attunement core or not. Yeah, and then from there, it's going to be fluid, right? Either I repair this, or I don't know. I need to put some restriction on. You shouldn't be able to like just change your attunement like you're changing your underwear. There's got to be a cooldown on it. But then after I do that, because that's also going to dictate if I need to make new crafting recipes or not for the armor, the extra armor pieces. I may not have to. This may be a quick slide. From there, it's just going to be testing out all the features, and then the new update is pretty rock solid. All right, everyone, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Adios. See you later. Bye. Rating. Bye.